I've been waiting to have you on for a long time, man. John Kiriaku's been on the show a few times, and he's the one who connected us. So shout out to John. Love John. You guys are both in good company, being fellow whistleblowers. You worked for the NSA, John worked for the CIA. And for people out there who are listening to you, why don't you just, or listening to the show for the first time and may not be aware of who you are, why don't you just give us like a brief introduction to your background?
Well, no one knew who I was until I became what I call an asterisk American, at the point that the government made me a very public figure, especially in the United States, when I blew the whistle on a number of different things going on at NSA. So if you want to start there in terms of just, I'm at NSA as a senior executive. Day one, when I reported to my duty station, reporting to number 3 person, was 9/11. That day was my first day on the job.
We'll talk about the whole story on how you blew the whistle on the NSA and how all that came to be. But going back before that, like what made you decide you wanted to be in the NSA in the first place?
Long story. So in my early 20s, I made a choice. It's a volunteer military, so I volunteered. It's no draft. They still have, there's still you have to register. So I joined the Air Force in late 1979. It was right before Christmas.
Okay.
After going through a bunch of screenings and tests. And one of the tests you take is a very special test to see if you qualify for a very special program, which is in the crypto-linguistics arena. And they actually make up a language.
Crypto-linguistics?
Crypto-linguistics. That's
wow.
Yep. And they actually test your propensity or proficiency in being able to pick up a language and the structure of it. It's made up. It's a made-up language.
Okay.
Bears no resemblance other than just basic linguistic structure.
Okay.
And then they ask you a whole bunch of questions, and I scored high enough to qualify. So that was the first thing. Now you can still choose to not enter into that program. I also chose to go airborne. I wanted to go airborne, and I wanted to be assigned overseas. So I went through basic training at Lackland Air Force Base, and then I went on to Monterey. It's the Foreign Language Center, Presidio Monterey, Defense Language Institute, and that's where I learned basic German to a level where you could have at least basic understanding. Focus was oral comprehension. You're spending your time listening. You're not spending your time talking. So it was primarily, but with a military flavor. I went to advanced classified training, highly classified training at Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo. So now we're in the spring of 1980. Then a very interesting series of trainings. This is even before I go overseas, which involved survival school. So I was at Fairchild Air Force Base, and I went through in the field, surviving. I mean, this is the SEER program. It's the whole survive, escape, resist. Right? It's a whole program in which you learn how to evade, how to survive, how to resist, and how to escape. That's the initials for SEER. So it had a prisoner of war camp. It had a highly classified component, which is how do you resist when they're psychologically torturing and interrogating.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
This is still super classified stuff, right?
Still super classified. It's probably, of all the trainings I received in the military, it's the one that has stuck with me the most after all these years.
Really?
And we can get back to that later because there were certain things about that training that actually helped me resist the government, deal with the government.
Oh, wow.
So I was actually using training that the government paid for during my survival school.
Wow.
At SEER in Fairchild Air Force Base, in Eastern Washington. The actual in the field part of survival and evading. And it was we're talking extremely rigorous. It's still a training environment. So, they had safety monitors, there was boundaries, but we were out in the woods for quite a few days.
During this training,
learning how to survive. And then you come back, you go through prisoner of war camp. That was quite something. I actually went through everything you heard about later, which became the torture program, which they called enhanced interrogation techniques.
Yeah.
It was torture because they reverse engineered it. I went through all of that. I know exactly what it means. I was waterboarded a couple times in a training environment. Feels like you're drowning alive. I was put into pretty interesting stress positions, The one that was the worst was the Chinese water drip.
What's the Chinese water drip?
They strap you down and they just slowly drip water onto your forehead.
How long do they do that for?
For a while, until the point where you just want to itch and you can't because you're strapped down, and it just goes. You just really get crazy.
And this is all the type of shit they do like Guantanamo and all those black sites, right?
But remember, the constraints were, and they had safety monitors, right? Is in a training environment, but it's extraordinarily realistic.
Right.
The other one, which a lot of people freaked out in, was the box. Something they did later, but that is part of their torture. They stick you in a box and then they close it, meaning it's a specially designed box. And what they do is they bind it down until there's no room to move. You cannot move and you're all crouched.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. They did this to Abu Zubaydah, I think.
Yeah. You
did the box?
I did the box.
Oh,
I went to sleep.
God, bro.
I did the box.
Is it really that small?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and the box is an interesting design because it's not just a fixed volume. They can actually
shrink it. Oh no.
And you cannot move. They can shrink it down to a point where you cannot move.
That's so crazy.
Threw me in the hole. Yeah.
I heard that they have specifically at Guantanamo, some of the stuff they were doing, some of the 9/11 prisoners they had, was that they would like put them in a room and play like SpongeBob SquarePants for days on end.
Yep.
And like, or just play like Barney, I love you, you love me for a week straight until
we had a version of that in this prisoner of war camp at very high decibel with the lights blaring. Plus you'd have a bag over your head most of the time where you couldn't even see anything.
And what, like, the purpose of putting you guys through this stuff is to kind of numb you to it? Is that what the goal is?
Not numb you, to learn how to resist it.
To learn how to resist it.
And not have them break you.
And you're not allowed to talk about how to resist it.
I can talk a bit more about the prisoner of war part, but not the classified training. The classified training. So you have like, what do you deal with when they're pounding on you physically and putting you in all kinds of weird positions, sleep deprivation, bright lights, loud music, and a whole other things I haven't even mentioned yet, a whole range of other, because it goes on for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really, and in fact, they have special instructor. I mean, the instructors themselves had to be carefully trained. And because what happens if you start enjoying the pathological
enjoying the abuse of people?
Oh yeah. I mean, I can say it right now. They had instructors who started enjoying it and they would have to pull them out of the program.
Oh my God, dude.
Stanford, we're talking way worse.
So dark.
Extremely dark. Oh no, even that part of the training sticks to me this day. And speaking of sticking, one song I remember was a napalm song. It was basically a war protest song from the Vietnam era. And they would just play that at super high decibels. Plus they had all kinds of like psychological, I mean, they would try to break you in terms of you being American, and they would bring up all the literal facts about all the issues that, yeah, there's some dark history in America, and it's going across, the continent and pushing all the indigenous peoples out of the way and slavery. They would actually tell you the truth about your own country. And that was one way, because that was indoctrination. They would basically attempt to re-indoctrinate you, but they had to basically separate you from your own culture and your own history, and pointing out, of course, all the worst of its evils. I put evils in quote. Wow. Some of which were pretty dark. There's no question that there are aspects of American history that are dark. We're not a perfect nation.
Right.
But we are America.
Yeah. So what was it like getting through that, getting out the other end of that?
Pretty challenging.
And what after the SEER training?
I went to water survival, Homestead Air Force Base, which doesn't exist anymore because of Hurricane Andrew. But I was there before that, so this is still 1980, 81 now. We're now in 81.
Right.
Yep. So I went through water survival. That was the funnest one. That one is still strained, but it wasn't psychological. It was just learning how to survive if you found yourself having to bail out of an airplane.
Right.
So parachutes. They would take us out into Biscayne Bay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because that was a fun part. It was the very last of the training. Some people go the other way. They don't end up with the nice training. They end up with it first, and then they go to the real survival school. But this was water survival, and it was several days. But we're out in the bay, with all the sharks floating around, and they would actually lift you up into a helicopter. Now, for safety, they wouldn't bring you all the way up. But you would have to learn, depending on your ground or air, what it was like to get onto the hoist or what was at the bottom. So there are different ways they could extract you.
Right.
But you also were exposed to the prop wash, the rotor wash, which is pretty huge. Out and we're talking a couple of miles plus out in the bay, right? So yeah, you can, on the horizon, you can see the city, but.
So at what point did you finally deploy somewhere to gather surveillance or intelligence, or what specifically were you doing?
So I show up at Mildenhall in June of 1981, and then my training begins, and I wasn't fully qualified to listen in. This is intelligence collection, peacetime aerial reconnaissance program. That's actually the name of it. There was a number of different missions I flew on, but it was on the RC-135 airframe. But it has different missions depending on how it's modified.
Okay.
They call it Rivet Joint. That was like the primary name of the platform, but then each mission had its own name as well. Everything has a program name.
Right.
So we did intelligence collection, and we used to say we were the vacuum cleaner of the sky. And this is primarily analog. The digital world was just beginning, but it had already started, with computers. And then we had a computer-assisted technology that rapidly came into the fleet. But you're learning some radio spectrum. We had to learn, all kinds of different signals, not just voice, but all kinds of different signal types. You have to understand and recognize multiple languages. I specialized in the languages was spoken in what was then East Germany, the DDR. Yeah. So you're listening in, right? You're listening in, picking up signals, you're reporting out. Sometimes there were world events where you'd actually have to send out, certain messages that reached a certain threshold.
So
very long missions, by the way. I mean, these would
long flights?
Minimum was in the 9 to 11. Some went sometimes 20 plus hours.
And I imagine you're flying over countries that don't know that you're flying over them, right? Or that you were flying into airspace that you didn't have permission to fly into. Is that how it works?
That was never the case. It was always either over allied or friendly countries.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Known air routes, right? It's not like you're invisible. We weren't stealth in that regard.
No, okay.
As we say, we were alone, unarmed, but unafraid.
Right.
Because you have to rely on our ears, literally. Although we had ground support.
So how does that
we
work?
primarily flew in international airspace. So international airspace, when you're out over water, it was international airspace.
So flying over like ships and stuff?
Well, just over the ocean, but at very high altitude. You're talking, 40,000 feet plus.
Oh, wow, that high.
Oh, yeah, easily. Oh, yeah. No, I had the experience, extraordinary. I mean, when I kind of look back on it, there were some missions we went even higher than that. And when you looked out the porthole window, the portholes of the plane and looked up, it was starting to get a lot darker. And when you looked out to the horizon, you could start to say, yeah, it looks like it's beginning to curve. You were that high. When you approach 50,000 feet, that's when you start to see the curvature.
See the curvature,
yeah. Looking down inside of a thunderhead like it was cut out. That was pretty cool. Yeah.
So how long did you do this kind of work?
That was 4 years. And then I was sent to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona. And I was a mission crew supervisor flying on EC-130H Compass Call electronic warfare aircraft. So a different application of my training. Combat support, direct combat support.
Combat support. So like flying into combat zones and stuff?
We had to train for it. So if the balloon goes up or some operation, or you're going to support what they call suppress enemy air defense, was our fundamental. You're protecting fighters, bombers, et cetera, and other military assets going into whatever. When the decision had been made at the highest, what we call the National Command Authority level, then you were there to support it.
What kind of combat zones would you have been in? What year are we talking about?
I never actually deployed to a combat. Like we did training. Like we would go to Europe for training. We would go up into Nevada.
Right.
We would support red flag, green flag exercises. We would fly out near Fort Irwin, the National Training Center, and play games. I say play games.
War games.
War games. All kinds of war games. Oh yeah. And then we actually provided specialized support.
Any kind of stuff involving nukes?
No.
Or like
I did
like nuclear war games, things like that.
Well, there was always in the background the SIOP, the single integrated operating plan. I mean, that was always there. There's all these scenarios. What would happen if, and up to and including a nuclear exchange.
I never thought that soap combined with deodorant would actually work, but it does, and it works for a long time, which is super impressive, especially considering how active I am. I keep it in my gym bag, my jiu-jitsu bag, in my go bag for quick road trips because it doesn't take much room. It's super convenient because you don't have to pack soap and deodorant, and you're gonna smell fresh all day, no matter where you go or what you're doing. What makes Mando so different? It's a cleansing bar and it controls your odor for 72 hours. And that's perfect for long hours at work or hiding from the feds. It's safe to use on your pits, package cracks, and feet. And it comes in bourbon leather, Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport. And don't forget, this was made by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and undertreated.
But Danny, why should I use this over soap alone?
Steve, there was a study done that shows 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor was a 5 out of 10. After using Mando, it was only a 0 out of 10. Sniff on that, Steve. Mando's so good, you can now get it at Walmart or Target. But for the best deals, go to shopmando.com. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. And as a special offer for our listeners, new customers can get $5 off the starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack by using the code DANNY at shopmando.com. shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And on the RC-135, we did have a post, I'll say Holocaust, a nuclear Holocaust mission, which was what's left.
That's interesting. You're the second person I've ever heard use that term PSYOP.
Oh yeah.
The SIOP version.
Well, super classified because it was operational, meaning depending on the scenario, the military doesn't do anything without plans. Mm-hmm. And plans always change.
Right.
But you always had plans and you were always updating them and you're always playing games. You're always doing war planning scenarios.
Right.
I would participate.
Yeah, the other time I heard the term PSYOP was when John Newman was in here explaining how the Joint Chiefs of Staff had a plan to drop nukes on China and Russia when Kennedy was president, and they wanted to do it. And there's meetings were called PSYOP meetings or something like that, and then Bobby Kennedy was in the meetings and stuff like that, and they had this full all-out nuclear war plan, and they wanted to do it before December of '63, before Russia was able to get ICBMs, because I guess they didn't have intercontinental ballistics before that. So, anyways, that's
plans were not just defensive; they were also offensive. I mean, that's part of what makes them so classified. It wasn't just what would happen if they launched. What do you do? Because you didn't have much time. But then there was first strike, right? So if you had to plan for the possibility of a first strike that you would launch. There's times where it came really close. Able Archer is one of the exercises where they actually thought that we were engaged in a first strike. It goes back to 83.
What was that one? It was called what? Naval Archer?
Able.
Able
Archer? Remember, all exercises of any kind, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
Will have either operation or they'll have the NATO fanatic, like Able, and then there'll be a series depending on what it is.
Okay.
Remember, I was fully immersed in that environment.
Oh, look, 1983. Military exercise conducted by NATO that took place in November 1983 as part of an annual exercise. It simulated a period of heightened nuclear tension between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, leading to concerns that it could have been mistaken for a real attack by the Soviet Union. Wow.
And what's interesting, it was actually on the Soviet side realized it was a notional exercise, but it It was ultra realistic. It was so realistic that they were actually preparing to defend themselves with their launch of their nuclear weapons.
Really?
And he was in the command and control. He was an alert officer, and he said, "This is an exercise. Stand down." And then it's like, what if of history? The what ifs of history.
That's so.
And that's just one example of how close we.
The nuclear war thing blows my freaking mind, man. It's just like, from what I understand, the last time that the president of the U.S. was able to get the president of Russia on the phone, just with a phone call, was not quick. It took days, I think. So, like, if there was just say like a rogue nation, like North Korea, for example, launched a nuke towards us, and we saw it coming, we have that, what's that? There's a term where we have to basically use it or lose it, where we have to empty our ICBMs. Because if there's one coming at us, it's called I forget what it's called. Anyways, where we have to empty our silos, our ICBM silos, because they're super vulnerable and we can't risk a nuke hitting that. So if there's one coming at us, we have to empty those. And assuming we know where this is coming from, for example, say we know it's coming from North Korea, we have to blast those out towards North Korea. But the problem is this all happens within like 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And those nukes that we launch towards North Korea will have to fly over the North Pole, over Russia, right? And what are the chances we're going to be able to get Russia on the phone in 5-10 minutes to tell them these nukes aren't coming for you, they're going for North Korea or whatever? And that's probably not going to happen. So their generals are going to see all these nukes coming out. They're going to empty their silos. And it's like, before you know it, within 10 minutes, it's just Armageddon.
That's why they called it MAD, mutually assured destruction. No one really wanted to do it, right? Especially at the great power level, particularly Soviet Union, U.S., because of what could happen. Mm-hmm. It wasn't just one, nuclear, mushroom popping up. You're talking just dozens, hundreds. Mm-hmm. But that was why we had a triad, because true, the fixed sites, like Minuteman, right?
Right.
Are very vulnerable.
Right.
Even although my father, who was a World War II veteran and then was Strategic Air Command, he actually helped develop almost single-handedly the whole plan, the whole fail-safe Chrome Dome plan, where the B-52s in particular, because they were the intercontinental bombers that carried multiple nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
At least they were mobile, but they're basically, once you launched, and then they would have their particular locations and it would change depending on world events and all of that.
Yeah.
But if they got the signal, then they would go in. But they knew that it was probably a one-way mission. So you had the other part of the triad, which were the submarines.
Submarines, yeah.
So the submarines were the ones that were super mobile, but essentially hidden.
Mm-hmm. And they have the MIRVs. They have the
the MIRVs can be placed on any nuclear.
Any kind of missile.
Yeah,
right?
sure can.
Well,
that was developed later.
Typically three warheads.
Multiple. You could have multiple targets. I mean, that's really multiple.
It's
independent reentry.
Reentry,
yeah.
right.
Yep,
So the idea is the booster, after the booster gets knocked off, the rocket goes up into orbit, and then the three individual warheads
or more, depending on the type of platform,
re-enter the atmosphere, and they can literally be programmed to go multiple different spots.
And then
which is wild.
Yeah. But then you started like the Tomahawk missile, right? Then you started getting into cruise missiles, which could be launched from B-52s, could be launched in a number of different ways, or from ground sites.
Right.
Yep.
And the submarines, they're nuclear powered too. So like in an all-out global thermonuclear war, they would be the last ones to survive.
Yes.
Because they'd be underwater. Yep. They have nuclear power. I mean, they would just basically be locked in that tube until they ran out of food and water, I imagine.
But that could be months, potentially months.
They have that much.
In a wartime scenario, they could stay underwater for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. But all the parameters of all of that's classified.
Have you seen, I saw recently, actually Annie Jacobson published it in her book, Nuclear War, her recent book. She published, and Steve, I don't know if you still have this screenshot saved. You might be able to Google it, but she basically published an image of the traffic patterns of all the nuclear submarines throughout from Russia and China. And Russia and China both have literally submarine highways that are coming right off the coast of the east coast of Florida and right off the coast of Southern California. It's crazy.
Some of the routes are known. Some of them are loiter. Some of them you can remember. Think about it. You don't have to launch from your homeland.
Right.
You can launch adjacent to the coastlines of a country. And then you're talking maybe a couple of minutes at best.
Mm-hmm. Couple of minutes. They're right off the coast of Miami.
At best. Because once it reaches the surface of the water, then it doesn't take very long after that. I mean, that's part of the problem. That's the thing with the submarines.
And there's so many. There's also her map showed all their targets, like their top targets and their priority of all the targets, which was even more terrifying because like 2 of the top 10 targets are right here in Florida, MacDill, and then there's another like a strategic command down in Sarasota or something.
Short of all-out war on civilians, this has been the case, Cold War even now. There are designated targets that now they'll change, they'll update them, but that's why the briefcase,
the football, right?
The football that's been carried for decades now. It always follows the president and the backup vice president. Always. There's a whole team, incredibly specialized. And then there's specialized codes. You don't want an accident, right? So if you decide to make that, I mean, we're talking about an incredible decision that you would be making under dire circumstances. It would only be under the direst of circumstances you would even launch, whether it's to defend yourself or to go on the offense. But the offense typically is because we only get wiped out first. But then what are you initiating? That's why people don't. That's the horror of nuclear war. I haven't talked about it much, but it's those weapons are just, and especially now you'll see. I mean, all you have to look at is the original atomic, which became then hydrogen. Mm-hmm. And then you look at some of the tests when they still were blowing them, either on land or sea or in the air. Mm-hmm. My father actually was one of the last, he was part of a team. It was actually, it was a team, Christmas Island it was a site where they would do air bursts. Then of course there was a treaty that banned all that. But they would actually do nuclear. They would actually blow up a nuclear weapon in the air. Yeah. At high altitude.
Yeah, like EMPs.
Yep. And he got radiation poisoning and was actually in the hospital for a while. Early 60s.
Have you heard of I think it was Operation Starfish Prime, where they were blowing up nukes in outer space?
Yeah,
they actually had a plan to blow one up on the moon.
Yeah, it's
like they wanted to hit the moon with a nuke. Like how? Like we're such stupid monkeys. It's crazy.
Yeah, stupid monkeys kind of reflects, I say, the dark side of the human condition.
Yeah,
this propensity just because all the one of the things technology ultimately is used at some point and has been historically used in war, combat, conflict. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We've detonated them in space, up in upper atmosphere, underwater, under the ground. And a lot of our nuclear tests have been just like in Nevada.
Well, Nevada, there's still places in Nevada that are off limits.
The biggest struggle with keeping a firearm within reach in your house is, number one, it's got to be in reach when you need it. And 2, you got to keep it safe and away from your children if you have them. And keeping it in the closet is just too far away. I remember when I was a kid finding my parents' guns in their closet, and I don't want my kids finding mine. All that changed when StopBox sent me this. This thing is 100% mechanical, and I love not having to fumble around with a keypad or a combination in the dead of night. And the best part is you don't have to rely on batteries. I keep one under my bed and in my truck, and my favorite part is it's safe around the kids. I love how robust, solid, and well-made this thing is. And the best part is when I'm traveling, I don't have to screw around with one of those big Pelican cases. This just goes right in my checked bag and there's no issues. This is the best solution that I found, and I'm super happy to have StopBox as a sponsor of the show. StopBox is made in the USA, keeping jobs in America. StopBox is also TSA compliant, so you don't need a separate carry case. They also have a wall-mounted version and one for easy access in cars. And for a limited time only, our listeners get a crazy deal. Not only do you get 10% off your entire order when you use my code Danny at StopBoxUSA.com, but they are also giving you a buy one, get one free for their StopBox Pro. That's 10% off and a free StopBox Pro when you use the code DANNY, DANNY, at StopBoxUSA.com. Discover a better way to balance security and readiness with StopBox.
Because of radioactivity.
Right.
John Wayne, they're pretty sure, and a number of other actors, a lot of the Westerns, they would go right through areas that were, completely irradiated. And they didn't know it. They didn't realize the effects at the time. Even the original in Alamogordo.
Really?
That test, the very first test, people that were actually, it turns out, there was living close enough downwind, guess what happened? And then there's, all these cases later of people getting sick and cancers.
Right. And the government.
The Trinity.
The atomic, or I think it was the Atomic Nuclear Commission or something like that. And the Department of Energy, I know there was multiple cases where like there was contamination in the water and the food and the cattle and stuff like that.
It's not clean.
Right. And these
That's
people,
the last thing.
these people just like, and like now this is the number one place in the world to go gamble and bet on shit and go to the casino.
It used to be visitors. It was like a Disney thing, right? You'd see the cloud go up.
Really?
From a distance. Oh yeah. There was places. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I know. You can imagine that. Oh yeah. Let's go. You'd see the little mushroom cloud. The little mushroom cloud.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about the Cold War. I mean, even before the Cold War, after World War II, like starting with Operation Paperclip and everything that we did secretly and for the military and with science, with just getting these rocket scientists and these other physicists and all these, brilliant mathematicians like John von Neumann and all these people that literally were using all of their brain power to figure out how to kill more people and how to develop more instruments of war. And I think it was von Neumann who was he was the one who calculated, he came up with the exact calculation of how high in the atmosphere Fat Man and Little Boy needed to be to cause the most civilian deaths.
Oh yeah, no, it was total war. So we had it, and we dropped 2 of them. They had plans for more, but it turns out only 2 were necessary to demonstrate what they were going to do with the rest of the country. If the military high command and Emperor Hirohito decided to keep fighting. See, part of it, there's a lot of controversy over should those. I would argue they didn't need to be, but it was also to send a message post-World War II to the Soviet Union that we have this weapon.
Right. It
was clear already at the end of World War II that the Soviet Union was going to be something other than a friend, unfortunately. Even though they're allies, people sometimes forget this, allies during World War II.
During World War II.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as World War II is over, we have the competition to go get all the frickin'...
But there was my stepfather, passed away. Father's passed away now, but he was actually on a troop transport. He was a combat engineer. They had plans, we're talking 1 million men and then some invading Japan, homeland. And they were anticipating, actually millions. There was going to be millions. They anticipated upwards of 1 million casualties. If you go back and actually look at what they were planning for, up to 1 million casualties.
Wow.
Because you can imagine, based on the island command, that's why they started bypassing all the islands, because they just they were extraordinary fighters, right? There's unbelievable fighters. As good as we were, they just were next level.
Really?
Well, you talk about the samurai spirit and the willingness to just die for the homeland. They dug in, like really dug in. You can imagine how they would have resisted if we had invaded mainland Japan. The main island.
Right. Yeah, man, that history is so crazy.
But war itself is hell. My father always said, war is hell. But if you find yourself, there's no such thing as a fair fight. If you have to fight, then you take the gloves off if you need to. Right. But he saw a lot, and it definitely affected him. He was a lone survivor. It's part of my history and my legacy. He flew B-25 missions in Europe for the OSS.
Oh, really?
41, super secret at the time.
Like
didn't talk about it.
Like overflying
Europe. This is he's flying out of North Africa, then later Italy as we went up the spine of Italy.
Whoa.
A plane got hit. It was on a night mission, right? They had special goggles and everything else. He operated at that time he was a bombardier navigator, Norden bomb sight. Fascinating instrument. Wasn't quite as accurate as some people said it was, but it at least would give you within range. So they're dropping things, to the partisans, right? The partisans that were fighting a guerrilla war against the Germans. Plane got hit, caught fire. It was going down. He was the only man. He just happened to be close enough to the hatch door and bailed out.
God.
Took a swing and a half in the harness, hit the side of a hill. Lone survivor. All the rest of all his crewmen, he's got survivor's guilt.
Jeez.
He was behind the lines for 6 months until the British underground picked him up, which means he was always indebted to the British for saving his life, because the Germans really wanted him. I mean, they wanted their hands on someone doing OSS missions for obvious reasons.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. He didn't talk about it.
Behind the lines for 6 months.
He lost 50 pounds.
Shit.
He would never eat yogurt again because the Greek yogurt is super sour. He just always stayed away from yogurt. And we didn't know this. This was a family secret. We didn't know. We knew he had served in World War II, but it was a family secret. And we always wonder, anytime we had food in front of us, right? You say, eat everything on your plate. We couldn't leave the table until everything was finished, because you never know. And you would say that never know where your next meal's coming from. We didn't. Why was he saying that?
How did you eventually learn the story? He told you later?
Much later.
Yeah.
Well, what was happening? He retired. Okay. This is much later in life. He's in San Antonio, and it was USAID Towers. It's now just the Towers. It was actually part of their real estate venture. It was only one that was built. Beautiful place, right? And he would play penny ante poker, with his fellow residents, and of course they're going to relive, because that's all you got left to talk about now is you got your memories, right? So they would share their memories. And they say, Bill, you got to write about this. You got to talk about this. So he did write it. It was a monograph. It was published by a military publishing house press called Down in Greece. Yeah, northern Greece. It's no longer about Yugoslavia. It was what became that part of Yugoslavia, but that's where he went down. But he got picked up. He actually got picked up north in north of Greece.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the partisans they were supporting were in northern Greece. But
okay.
Of course, the Germans occupied Greece at that time.
Right. So going back to your story, you were doing the reconnaissance stuff.
81 to 85.
81, 85.
Fascinating.
Lots of war games, stuff like that.
Yep.
And how long did that go on for? And
so the war game stuff in particular. I mean, the war games we did were extremely detailed. I mean, so a lot of those as well. But most of our mission overseas, when I was on the RC-135 platforms of various types, with different types of equipment and capabilities, that was all real world reconnaissance. And a lot of, depending on, we were sending reports out, we would actually have to process our mission, as we called it. And if the information, even real time in the air, was significant enough, we had different types of systems that we would use, different types of thresholds by which you would send out reports, up to and including what was called a critic, which, if it was, depending on the level, right? If it rose to that level, it had to be on the president's desk within 10 minutes.
wow.
Because we were a field site. We were part of the other half of NSA that no one talks about, which is the military side, the NSA/CSS.
Oh, interesting.
Cryptologic Service Support.
Yeah. So, okay, so you were already part of NSA.
Oh, yeah. I was part of the 6988th Electronic Security Squadron, Electronic Security Command. We worked, and we even said we worked for Big Brother. I mean, our reports went back through NSA, but we were the military wing. Oh. But remember, NSA is a military organization. It's headed up by, then a 3-star, now a 4-star general with a civilian head underneath him as a deputy.
Oh, wow, man.
Yeah.
How old were you back then?
Overseas, when I got there, I was 20. I had just turned 24 after all the training.
Right. Okay.
I was there for 4 years, came back, did the electronic warfare for another 4 years, got out, went to the CIA.
Oh, you went to the CIA?
I did.
What made you want to go to the CIA?
Because it's my background and interests. And it's like, hey, you know, I knew I finished up my first master's when I was in Tucson in international relations and national security policy. And I applied and went through a very extremely rigorous review process, including even more enhanced background investigations. And you had to have a poly. It was the first time I was exposed to the, you know, where you're hooked up to the polygraph machine.
Yep.
And all kinds of tests after test after test. I was finally offered a position. I left. I had an opportunity to go to operations and go overseas, basically undercover. There's different covers at NSA. There's like, you know, official, non-official. There's what they call NOx. You probably heard NOx.
Knox, yeah.
Non-official.
I heard about that recently.
They wanted at one point, they wanted me to be official.
A knock is someone who's like deniable, right?
Yeah, well, deniable, but you're on your own. If something happens, they're not going to, like, it's the most risk. It's the riskiest of all.
Right. Like you're
They're not going to
expendable.
come save you. That's correct. Exactly. Right. Oh yeah. So I chose not to go that route. I had a young family. I'd come back from stay. I'm now out. It's like, no, I'm not that young anymore. But I did go into their director of intelligence. And so I was working what they call national technical means, satellite intercept collection technology. And I was at a downlink site, the primary downlink site in which you processed all that.
So going back to when you decided you want to go to CIA, is that an easy process? I mean, I imagine I imagine it's more seamless coming from NSA.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
In the military background. That was partly why they were interested, right?
And so they reached out first?
No.
Okay,
I
okay.
did.
Okay.
I did. But just to give you just a sense of the initial phase of it,
Yeah.
they give you an address, which was a nondescript motel. You knock on a door a certain number of times. There was basically there was a code. They opened the door, and that's how it started. That was the first interview.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
And what kind of stuff did they ask you? What kind of
Everything.
Like John alluded to a little bit of the stuff that he had talked about.
Everything and anything, including sexual preferences.
Really? Yeah, that's what John was saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they get nitty gritty with that stuff.
I mean, it is about as a true think of, and of course, you know, I ended up experiencing this in a different way later when I was under electronic and physical surveillance, when they decided that I was, you know, such a threat to the national security that we're going to have to charge him. But during the investigation, I was under all kinds of surveillance.
Right.
But just imagine an electron microscope being pointed at your life, and anything you have ever done, any evidence at all of your entire, all of it, no matter who you met, where you worked, what you did. Wow. And then they get into your head.
How do they know all that? I mean,
they have
what year is this?
This is 88. I was going, the background investigation was, they don't even, what's interesting, they don't even start the clearance because they can leverage, obviously they leveraged I had all kinds of background because I was at one of the highest levels because it was sensitive compartment information. That was the baseline. Never mind SAP, SAR, and a lot of compartments later, or even more when I got to NSA as a senior executive. I'm talking just that. So they could leverage that. For them, the psychological was probably by far, I mean, that was where they really get intrusive, and they had special permission. This is similar to what I went through in the classified training. Okay. So the classified training, the resistance training, but the highly classified part of it, is they had special permission to violate your privacy, Fourth Amendment. They could, it was basically, you're just saying, you're consenting to just, we can get anything on you. We don't have to have you sign a paper or we're going to go here and go there. It's just anything. And they literally had things that somebody I had forgotten about that would come up.
And what is the means of finding stuff like in the
they use
in the 80s?
They use,
like, there's no cell phones, there's no computers, right?
Yeah, but they've got all kinds of access to databases even then. And interviews they have with neighbors and friends and where you lived. And what your potential. Remember, the whole thing is about trust, trust and risk.
Analog.
Trust. Yeah. Well, yes. There was. But you have to forget there were still computers back then.
Right. There were computers. Right.
But they were
primitive.
And most of them were, mainframes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there were still tons of paper-based records, still tons. Much more laborious to go through.
Yeah.
Incredibly intrusive. So yeah, they're just drilling down into your life.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know how trustworthy you were. So they test you.
Yeah.
And the tests were very sophisticated in terms of preferences and how you thought and if you were in these circumstances, but extremely, extremely rigorous.
To you, what was the most
Never mind
interesting one?
The ones were actually the face-to-face interviews.
Yeah.
Those were the most dramatic.
Really?
Well, because in part, there was interviews without the poly, there was interviews with polys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And which one, like, to you was like, what the hell are they?
It was the
trying to
ones
get
where
out
they're
of
really lifestyle questions. Those the
lifestyle
hardcore
questions, right.
lifestyle, girlfriends, friendships, associations, who you may have been a part of. I mean, like I said, they just
try to make you uncomfortable.
The onion. They just keep peeling your life away, right?
So you
ring by ring.
So you get admitted. They say, "Okay, Tom, you're in, baby."
Yeah. So then
you're
went
officially a spook.
Well, I was an intelligence analyst. It was imagery analyst.
Okay.
I could have gone that route, but that's in essence its own CIA. CIA at the time, Central Intelligence Agency. But the one you always hear about is the operations. There's several different parts of CIA.
Right.
The one I was in was the Director of Intelligence. So this is the part that's linked to NRO. Part. Yeah. Plus a SIGINT division and a bunch.
NRO is a funny one.
That was even more secret than NSA.
I know. That's crazy.
Yeah,
because NRO,
61.
a lot of people don't know about NRO.
No, they don't, because it was one of the other agencies. The irony, of course, for me, I mean, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. NSA itself was never part of the National Security Act of 47. It was never legislated by Congress. It was literally created out of thin air by the stroke of Harry S. Truman's pen in 1952 as a secret military agency to collect and analyze and report on foreign intelligence. Which got you, they were given carte blanche.
And when was the NRO created again?
61. You're talking the Cuban, that period, that's like, oh my God, it became formalized, right?
Right. And NRO.
But it operated in secret under sort of the aegis of CIA. It was its own, but it operated under.
It was like under the umbrella.
Yeah, and it still was even when I was there.
It's like CIA of the sky.
You could say that, and in essence, it was a subsidiary. You want to use a corporate term, it was a subsidiary of CIA, specializing in national technical means. That's what was always the phrase that was used. National technical means typically meant primarily spaceborne assets,
like satellites. But
there are other types of assets. Yeah.
What other types are there?
Well,
like
there's
planes and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they had. Remember, the original SR-71 was actually a CIA asset.
Right.
U-2 flights, right? Were under, right?
That was all part of NRO.
Well,
there was CIA. It was
CIA.
Right.
You just, I mean, this is where it gets. I mean, you get into the weeds with all the different assets, but NRO primarily was focused on that was national technical means in terms of spaceborne.
Right. Okay.
And that's spaceborne across the board.
So you were operating for
Vandenberg's part of all that in terms of launches, both military and secret.
Yeah.
But people forget about Vandenberg in
I've
California.
heard a lot of crazy stories about Vandenberg.
Well, Vandenberg has a significant launch capability, but it was always the secret launch capability primarily. It's not like Cape Kennedy.
Right. I heard that. So we have that interceptor system to intercept ICBMs, like nuclear rockets that are coming for us, or warheads that are coming for us. And I know that I think it's 44 interceptor missiles currently in the U.S. and I think most of them are in Alaska, but a couple of them are at Vandenberg. I know Vandenberg has some of those interceptor missiles.
I don't keep up with that.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I didn't work in that part of the government. So.
Right. No, I've just heard this is just this is relevant to the whole nuclear war.
Well, I remember
scenario.
even when I was at survival school. I mean, just as another sort of a vignette here, an anecdote. Where I stayed, so in between some of the courses I was taking at Fairchild Air Force Base, I was in the barracks. Guess where the barracks that I was in were located? Right outside where they kept all the nuclear weapons in bunkers, besides three rows of barbed wire and dogs and lights and everything else. And then I actually watched what they call the elephant walk.
Oh, really?
Well, my father used to fly in B-52s as well. In fact, buff. We always call them buffs. Big, ugly flying effers.
Yeah.
And they had the elephant walk. They practice what would happen if the alert is given, launch. And one after the other, 2-minute intervals going down the runway at Fairchild. Just one after the other. It was quite amazing. I had read about it, heard about it, but I'd never seen the elephant walk, what they call the elephant walk. Just like that. Exactly.
This is it, the elephant walk?
Elephant walk with B-52s.
So these are B-52 bombers.
Those aren't B-52s.
Oh, okay.
No,
so B-52s
those are more cargo or cargo stuff. That's C-130.
C-130,
we're talking the 8-engine B-52s, elephant walk. That is a version of an elephant walk, but they're just lined up. We're talking about they're taking off. They come in, take off. Wait 2 minutes, take off.
So if NRO gets intelligence of a rocket, of a missile coming at us, that's basically what they do.
Highly classified early alert systems, which I also worked with.
SIBRs.
When I was at the Pentagon later as a Navy intelligence officer, another part of my career, that was part of the alert center at the Pentagon. There was a specialized system that would do those kind of alerts.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Get all the planes in the air, get all the nukes.
It could be that bad, right? We're not just talking like a mission, but they have to practice. You always had to practice. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it was amazing. Just watch them. And they can cant their wheel because you have to take off. What if the wind's blowing sideways the other direction? They could actually turn. The wheels could they could bicycle the wheels.
Wow.
So they could. It was really they're going down the runway, but they'd be depending on the wind.
Yeah.
You would see them turn.
Right.
But the wheels stayed straight.
Oh my God, dude.
But pretty cool.
That is pretty
That's why they still have it. It's a massive platform.
Yeah. The other thing, it's in the plane the president has to get in the middle of a nuclear war is interesting too.
That's a different.
I forget the name of that plane.
Yeah.
It's called like the Doomsday plane or something.
We always call it the Doomsday plane.
Yeah, the Doomsday plane, and they have like there's a Stratcom command center in that plane for like I think the president, the head of Stratcom.
Yeah,
and
it's a highly specialized. It's not the normal Air Force One.
Right. It's got It's got like I think all the windows are blacked out. It's like super protective for a nuclear blast. It can survive a nuclear blast.
It can even defend itself. But again, there's all kinds of classified stuff on it. I mean, that's where you assigned things. There are secrets worth keeping. I'm the first to acknowledge that. There's a lot of secrets that aren't worth keeping because they're using the secrecy system to protect a lot of stuff that this will get into my whistleblowing. Right?
Yes.
And why would the government, charge me, right, as they did. But in the military, including our own plane, there was equipment still to this day or versions of it, upgrades that are incredibly sensitive. You would not want that to fall into the wrong hands by any means. We're talking the very leading edge of how do you collect, store, analyze, pick up, transmit. I'll give you one example, though, without going into all the details, just to give you a sense of we had to be able to operate on our own. We had satellite it was early satellite. You got to remember the whole global positioning GPS, right? It was just beginning to emerge.
That was DARPA.
Right. So our primary radio, which is still, by the way, like ham operators, it's all HF.
Oh, okay.
HF, super long distance. So HF was always our primary means of communication. That's how you would communicate because no matter what was going on, even with atmospherics, even in terms of like stratosphere, ionosphere, you could still get a message out and it could be picked up. So there were specialized ground stations all over the world that even though we had ones that were designated that could then communicate with you. But we had to know where we were because of shoot down attempts, force down attempts.
Right.
In years past, because of the sensitivity of the missions I flew on, how do you know where you are? And you also had to keep track of where they thought you were. I'll put they in quotes. So we had a special nav system.
Interesting.
Called the LN20. Amazing system. The accuracy, I am not kidding you, is so accurate. Assuming you put in the correct lat longs, and we're talking way down to within 25 feet accuracy. 25 feet.
This was in what year?
Late 70s, early 80s.
Wow. Imagine what the frick they have now.
Once we knew, and assuming there was no failures, we had no-go criteria, both on the ground, it sometimes would happen, even in the air, going to our, what they call the SAC-sensitive area, or even and then if there were certain types of reactions, there were a threshold at which we would have to abort. Okay, and I was on a couple of those missions, not pleasant. But the nav system was such that once you had it properly calibrated, it always knew where it was in reference to your base.
Wow.
Your hard stand, literally the hard stand on your parking spot at your base.
That's amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating just to hear stories of like some of the crazy technology that we've been able to develop since the 50s, essentially, and then like just to be like, okay, now we're learning about this stuff in 2024, 2025. Like, imagine what we're going to be learning about in 2050.
Yeah. Here's one. I'll just give you another one. I have any number of these, but I guess even though I know I'm going to be here a while with you, here's just one. So some of the systems I worked with when I was at the CIA involving satellite technology. Did you know? And this gets back to, and you'll read. There's a lot of stuff out there now. The keyhole program. I'll just mention that. That was the name. It was super secret. It's still secret, but the fact that there was a keyhole program is not secret.
Okay.
So this is when they went digital. There was all kinds of analog. I was part of that because I was part of the transition. You're talking late 80s. So there was still analysts I work with who had grown up during the early 60s Cuban Missile Crisis. In fact, one of the older hands, he took me under his wing to learn the trade because I was an imagery analyst. And I'm just saying imagery.
Okay.
We're talking 70s. Incredibly, breakthrough in charge couple devices, digital camera in the sky, which kept improving over the years. When it was for the years and years, no one knew how good it was. They just didn't because it was a state secret.
Wow, man.
And I can't even to this day reveal. It's like, how fast could the SR-71 go? We used to fly coordinates with the SR-71. We call it that particular program name when it was on that mission was Giant Reach, right? I was on Rivet Joint, or it was Burning Wind was the mission, or I was on the RC-135 other variant, which was a specialized variant. I flew on that one as well, called Combat Scent. But we would fly coordinated with, and you see this coming in, man. It's, multiple times the speed of sound, right? Way over 2,000 miles an hour. No one, the top speed, you'll see books out there. There's things that have come out, but it was never revealed what its true top speed was. But it could cruise at easily 3 times and then some the speed of sound. Easily.
That is bananas.
Yeah. It was difficult for ground stations to maintain contact even as a blip because it was moving so fast. Yeah. That was his advantage.
Yeah.
Fly super high, 80,000 plus feet. Yeah, and if you need to, fly really fast. It was faster than a bullet.
Wow. Man.
Oh yeah. Fascinating airplane. I used to watch it. So I used
the
to
Blackbird.
go. I used to I had a little moped because I lived right off the west end of the runway at Mildenhall, and I had a little moped. It was a 49cc moped. My aircrew members would joke around, say, "Oh yeah, here comes Tom in his RC-49," with my big bag, right? And you go around the back of the runway, and the SRs at that time were stationed there. They would rotate, but they were stationed there, had their own special hangar, maintenance, and everything else, in a more secluded part of the base. But it was so fascinating watching them get ready to take off from the end of the runway.
In a world where international spy agencies are constantly collecting your data, it's easy to see why a company like NordVPN has grown in popularity, and I'm super happy to have them sponsor the show. Imagine you're sending an email or making an online purchase. Without protection, your bank details and passwords can be intercepted and might not get used for months later. That's where NordVPN comes in. NordVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel for your internet traffic, shielding your activities from your internet provider and potential snoopers. It's like having a private conversation in a crowded room. No one else can eavesdrop. But NordVPN doesn't stop there. Their dark web monitor keeps an eye out for your credentials on shady corners of the internet. If your information pops up where it shouldn't, you'll get an immediate alert, allowing you to take action before things get out of hand. In a world where mass surveillance is reality, taking control of your online privacy is essential. With NordVPN, you can browse with confidence, knowing your personal information stays personal. Get premium cybersecurity for the cost of 1 cup of coffee per month. Get up to 76% off your NordVPN plan. Go to nordvpn.com/Danny Jones. This also gives you 4 extra months on the 2-year plan. And with a 30-day money-back guarantee, there's no risks. Again, that's nordvpn.com/Danny Jones to get 56 to 76% off your plan. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
Because you would see the shock diamonds, as they accelerated at speed down the runway.
Steve, can you pull up an image of the SR-71 so we can see it?
But you're seeing like all the fuel be dripping out of it right at the end of the runway, just dumping. Because it wasn't until it got to speed when the titanium when it started to heat up that it would actually seal the tanks. Amazing airplane. Even to this day, remember, this was we're not analog era. They were using computers to create this, right?
That is so crazy.
This is Kelly Johnson Skunk Works, right?
Yeah.
So you can understand, I was exposed, because this is extremely relevant to no doubt another part of our conversation, the very best of American innovation, ingenuity, was creating things like the SR-71.
Wasn't the edge like really sharp?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean, look at it.
Just stunning. Even today, I mean, it looked kind of out of this world almost. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a stunning airplane. And that's just one of any number of technologies.
And weren't they first developing these and testing them out of Area 51?
Yeah, well, Groom Lake.
Lake. That's what they're doing a lot of the first test flights of these stealth crafts. Yeah.
Well, this is even like radar. I'll get into that. He passed away some number of years ago. Joseph Lockhart, we'll get to him. December 7th, 1941. I interviewed him. Yeah. It's part of my 240 hours of community service.
We talked about that. Oh, I heard you talk about
Joseph Lockhart. He was there on the North Shore of Oahu with the newfangled radar, which was super secret because it was an edge. Arthur C. Clarke was part of inventing radar.
Really?
Oh, yeah. But remember what he said about technology.
Yeah, what did he say again?
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Right.
So you can imagine, even back in the early 60s, when this started flying, right, even in prototype form, if you happen to see that flying over particularly in the western part of the U.S., what would you think it was? It didn't look like anything that flew. Exactly.
I just had we were talking to a gentleman in here yesterday about this story. There's a fascinating documentary that I suggest everyone who's interested in this stuff watch. It's called Mirage Men, and it's a really sad story about this man who lived in New Mexico, right off like within probably a couple miles of one of the big Air Force bases out there. And this guy was obsessed with UFOs, and he was in all the UFO communities, MUFON, going to all these meetings and conferences about UFOs all the time, reading all the books. And he started to, and this guy was a former Air Force guy, and he started to see every day at the same time, these crazy aircrafts shoot up off the ground, move around, and then come back down, and like weird things that he couldn't explain. And he started to collect video and photos and make notes of all this stuff, and he was even trying to intercept the radio signals and communications that were going on there. And the Air Force caught wind of it, and they sent one of their counter intel guys over to meet up with him. And he let him look through all the photos, listen to all the recordings he had of the radio stuff. And he knew this guy was a big UFO guy. So he goes, wow, man, I don't know what this is. You know what? I think these really are UFOs. I think these really are aliens. And then the NSA moved in across the street from his house and started beaming shit into his house, and this code, like beaming code into his house that he was collecting. And basically the information they're beaming to him was like, we are an extraterrestrial civilization. Our planet ran out of water and we need to come to Earth. We'll be there in 2 years. And all this stuff literally drove this man insane. Yeah. Ended up in an insane asylum. And I think he ended up I don't know if he committed suicide, but he ended up in a mental institution, like lost his whole life over this stuff. And like they really dedicated, it's amazing the amount of resources that the Air Force and the NSA were able to dedicate to this one guy just because they could use him as a conduit of disinformation to poison the well of this UFO community that they knew was infiltrated with Soviets, right?
Poisoning the well is a technique to keep prying eyes from noticing things you don't want them to notice.
Right.
So
creating this confusing cauldron of stew of misinformation, disinformation. Yep. There's probably a few little truths in there, right? But you'll never be able to fucking find it.
Right.
It probably sounds more crazier than the disinformation.
Yeah.
So
it's a layering technique.
Yeah.
Right. So you always protect, as I learned, right? You always protect the core. You always protect what's really secret that you don't want anybody to know about, and some for legit reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing, man. And even in today, like just in today's day and age, like the level it's gotten to is like out of control, I think.
I have people right now in my circle, right? Family, friends, who basically are shutting down from like involving themselves with any news of any kind because the level of the cacophony, the chaos, the disinformation, the what's true, what isn't. I'm going to go crazy, and just just trying to figure it all out. I just don't want to figure it out.
Right. No. Yeah. People are just.
How can I? This is where discernment, we may talk about this later, discernment becomes really critical in these kind of environments.
Yeah. Well, it's like, not only is all of the perception management out of control, but like we have evidence over the last few years that FBI and CIA have been meddling with social media companies with the Twitter files, which John Kiriakou talks about a lot. And that combined with the fact that there are more people than ever independently on the line just talking about stuff and getting their message out there. Yeah. So there's like more podcasts out there that like there's a fucking zillion podcasts just in this zip code probably.
I get all kinds of invites to subscribe to some new Patreon or subscribe to right.
And
Substack. I mean, it's like $50 a year, $60 a year. And I don't even remember as much as I don't.
Right. And
part of this is the zone gets flooded.
It's flooded.
Yes.
It's absolutely flooded. And one of the downfalls, I think, of social media is that in order for you to get any sort of recognition for the work you're doing, like you're constantly fighting this. Who can be the most sensational? Who can come up with the next end of the world story? Yes. You know, the world is falling apart. We're all gonna die. Aliens are invading. Like let's try to keep upping that game. And that combined with all the people that are doing it, then you add in the layer of disinformation to it. It's just like so hard to figure out what's real now. Yeah, it's like the amount of work you have to do.
Yes.
To do the research to find out how legitimate a story really is absurd. And that, like, I talk about this all the time too. I think it's really interesting how you have all these people, like I'm one of them, I'm guilty of it, being one of I sit here and I talk about great things, right?
Yeah.
I haven't been to these places. I haven't seen the shit first person like some of the people like you have done, right? Like I'm not going out and filming this stuff and like talking to the people on the ground. I'm just getting information from people that have posted stuff that they heard from someone else.
Yeah.
that they heard from someone else, that they heard from somebody who might have been on the ground there.
But you know about the telephone game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's
It's amazing as a kid. I mean, just how easy it is when you pass on something, how it's so completely distorted by the time it gets to the other end of the classroom.
right. Yep. Yeah. and that's
In
the
fact, it
problem.
often has no bearing on what was whispered into the first ear.
Yep.
Remember in 1938, Orson Welles' War of the Worlds?
Of course.
How many people were convinced that the Martians were invading? And they were calling up neighbors, the newspapers, keeping them up to date because this is his radio. Even though at the beginning of the radio broadcast, he said it was just a story. It was not real.
Right.
That's 38.
Right.
There was a social, that was a social media of the day. It was radio.
Yeah. It's crazy how we're evolving.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how much, like, I mean, like, I don't even know, just like the speculation of how much organizations like NSA and CIA are wrapped up in all this stuff and benefiting from it, and like how much more they can get away with just because there's so much chatter, there's so much noise.
Most aren't, because I can tell you there's a bureaucracy.
Yeah.
See, the real deep state, I'll put that in huge quotes because it's been completely, it's an overloaded phrase now, is the bureaucracy. Some like to call it the administrative state, but it's really the bureaucracy, the everyday running, right? They're just, people sitting at desks doing their job, going home with quote unquote real families and bills and mortgages. And
there's 2 million employees in the U.S. government. I mean, it's like, it's
the vast majority of those aren't involved in anything close to what is alleged.
Right.
But having said that, and remember, part of the problem here is I worked in a very, very secret world for umpteen years. It does do something to you in terms of sort of, there's that world, then there's the real world. And there was years I couldn't say what I did outside of work. The only place I could even talk about it was at work. It does do something to you. But on the other hand, you're also doing things that no one else knows about. I say no one else, that the public at large doesn't know about.
Right.
Can only speculate about. When you have secret agencies and secret organizations, it's very easy to ascribe to them certain activities, certain events, and it can make sense. And you can even create logic trees from it.
Right.
But you're also generating a whole bunch of rabbit holes.
Right.
And people get lost in the rabbit holes.
Yeah.
You can imagine, I'll just share this because I have inside knowledge on this, the kind of phone calls that the main desk, just the operator, the main operator, public operator NSA receives. It's a team of people. You can only imagine the bizarre at times calls that come in on that line. It's stunning.
I can't imagine.
Oh no,
So many
I've
mentally
had
unwell
conversations with people that have had the conversations, right? And it's just they shake their head. They have a whole protocol for how they handle it. But there's people that actually, allege all kinds of things.
Right.
Or they'll start saying, I've got a chip planted in my head and I'm communicating. Or someone's communicating with me. And it's secret. But, I need to share this. In some cases, they definitely want to share it, but they're going to call up NSA.
Yeah.
People ascribe. On the other hand, it has enormous power. So, this is where the spiderweb comment, remember the uncle? With great power comes great responsibility. Well, also, you can commit all kinds of irresponsibility with the power. And too often, as it was my experience, for all the things that are legit, right? What happens when it's turned for other purposes? What happens when they use national security to bend law, get around law, violate your privacy, conduct operations in the shadows?
Right.
See, the shadowland is, I call it the shadowland.
Yes. And this is another thing that they do is they work with private organizations and private companies to avoid the accountability, right? We talked about this on the phone, but, and I've talked about this on recent podcasts, but I just read this fantastic series of articles about a report about, the history of Google and how it was funded and incubated by NSA, CIA, and DARPA. Like the tools came from DARPA, but there were CIA and NSA folks quite literally visiting Sergey Brin at Stanford, him and his professor, through the whole process of developing Google. And they were giving him money through some sort of cutout or whatever. And like, that's crazy. That's insane. And then if you can have these crazy multinational monopoly organizations that control all the information around the world, like the one is Google, and then YouTube comes second, and you say it was created by them, but it's not really connected. Nobody knows that is the case, and it's literally a separate private or a public company, but it's not connected to those agencies.
It's a convenient cutout.
Imagine what they can get away with, and imagine how much they can freaking control. It's just so crazy to me, man. I mean, and learning this stuff blows my mind, even though like it shouldn't blow my mind after seeing things like the Twitter files.
This goes back decades, though, way before all of the digital age. It goes back Operation Shamrock, special program, NSA, 1950s. Actually, it was in the government even before NSA, the precursors NSA. So one of the means, how did you send out electronic messages back in the 50s or even earlier? Remember with the invention of the telegraph, one of the things that came about was telex. Well, there was a small set of companies, RCA was one of them, that were responsible, Western Union, okay? They were responsible for telex. Guess who they were sharing it with? This all came out in the 70s. People forget all this came out during those investigations in the 70s. Pike Committee, Church, Bell Abzug, the Rockefeller Commission, and others.
Right.
Secretly sharing, it was supposed to be protected information, but it quote unquote had intelligence value. So basically they had a special conduit, which all of those telegrams are being provided en masse to NSA. Minaret, spying on Americans. Remember, foreign intelligence. Wait a minute, this is domestic. You're not the agency that does domestic. Or they did under Minaret for years. All came out in the 70s.
Yeah.
So it's not like NSA has always operated lawfully. It's part of the problem when you're secret. It's too tempting. It's too convenient. And then you partner with certain companies.
Right.
A lot of the partnerships that I'm aware of, the precursor partnerships, this is pre 9/11, were already in existence, super secret. There's a special office. They changed the name to quote unquote protect the guilty over the years. There's a special office that deals with corporate partnerships. But you imagine it's incredibly sensitive.
But it's quite literally like in the charter. Isn't it illegal for these agencies to be involved in domestic stuff?
If it's the U.S., if it's to support national security of the United States, who's going to argue with that?
Right.
Remember, a lot goes under the imprimatur of national security.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it was a lot easier back in the 50s, 60s,
way easier,
and 70s,
and they're much smaller. There wasn't
to infiltrate the media. Right?
Oh yeah,
because there's only so many media outlets. But now, like.
Well, the CIA had a standing program where they would actually have their journalists and they would seed certain things into the media years. This is way before 9/11.
This is like Project Mockingbird.
Mockingbird is the primary one. The Mockingbird was
during Kennedy, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but there was a lot of other programs similar. Where you're using fronts. USAID, for example, which was great. I mean,
they're huge and they're big in the news right now.
Well, because it's too convenient. I mean, if you're overseas, Peace Corps, unfortunately, Peace Corps got used. This is where, for all the right reasons, the Peace Corps, right, did exist. But what if they're being used to quote unquote collect intelligence? Well, what if you're in that country and they find out that you're really a spy, quote unquote, civilian, but you're really you're operating like a spy. Even when you're quote unquote helping the locals, that's a compromise. It's a corruption of the mission.
Yeah.
But it's too tempting. You get into the whole dynamics of this and the psychology of, I've always said, this is where he gets into sort of my own, because I was part of that environment. I was part of the, what I'll call the normal part of the environment, not the sort of the compromise part until later, where it's just, it becomes, I mean, remember this, spying is the world's second oldest profession. That's kind of the joke.
Yep. Yep. What do you make of all this recent stuff coming out about with this controversy with the USAID? And
there's a lot of corruption. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me. And I think, remember the government at large, but particularly the agencies that don't get a whole lot of like direct public attention, even though you may hear about them in the news, national security, like USAID, Pentagon at large. How do you audit them? How do you audit them? Remember, follow the money. But what if you don't want to follow the money?
Right.
Meaning you don't want people to follow the money, because if you follow the money, you're going to find out where the money went. And when you find out where the money went, you're going to find out that the money went for things that you don't really want the public to know about.
So the story is USAID has been funding stuff all over the world in countries like our ally countries, right? Third world countries. And it's under the guise, I mean, the funny thing about it is it's USAID, but it stands for something completely different, right? What is USAID?
Agency for International Development. That was the original.
Agency for International Development, right.
So I knew people, remember, because of my long government career, I knew people. I had a neighbor that was a senior in the USAID agency.
So like the idea is we're giving huge donations and we're building infrastructure and building stuff in these other countries in exchange for us to be able to have a footprint there.
But we did that, as I well know, as I discovered, but I well knew we were doing that with certain, our own corporations. Hey, if you go overseas and have a contract with even an allied government, let's backdoor, let's just use it and you funnel everything back to us.
So the argument the argument for this is like, is it better to not do it and let China and Russia do it?
I've heard that argument. I understand the argument.
Yeah.
I understand that. Then just be open about it. But see, that's the problem.
Yeah,
if that's true,
it doesn't work if you're open about it.
But that's the paradox, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then it justifies continuing it because, we don't want them to take it over. Now you're in just this vicious cycle.
Yeah. And that's the conundrum with this whole thing.
Sure is.
Like we live in this, we kind of take it for granted that we live in like the number one military superpower country in the world.
Yeah. And
we live in like like kings. Like we have everything at our disposal. We can do anything we want with all the technology and freedom that most countries don't have. And then, we want to criticize the government for going so far in certain areas, but like goddamn, if there's some of the stuff they didn't do, and some people can be blind to this stuff. Like if we didn't do some of this fucked up shit, for lack of a better term, like we wouldn't be where we are, and we wouldn't have the luxury of being critical of the government. So yeah, I hear that argument a lot, and it's hard for me to navigate sometimes. But so let's get back to your story. You went to the CIA. We left off when you went to the CIA.
So I was at the CIA,
yeah.
working in the National Photographic Interpretation Center, NPIC.
Okay.
It changed its name. There is now an agency,
which was part of the NRO, right?
It was the analytics side that took what would come down from National Technical Means, including NRO primarily, and analyze it and report on it. And it could even end up in the president's daily brief. But later on, I was even part of a joint team at the military in the alert center at the Pentagon, working for the J2, where you'd put together, a morning report.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, which would include, it was all source. It would include imagery of all types. It would include signals intelligence, which was a huge component. Because there's, obviously, I worked on the ELINT disk for a while, right? So this overlaps.
What is that?
Electronic intelligence. So there's a number of different INTs.
Okay.
SIGINT incorporates basically communications intelligence, electronic intelligence.
Okay.
Signals intelligence.
Yeah.
But I worked in multiple INTs.
Oh, got it.
So there was a time when I was in the Navy. So this goes, now we're talking 91. So I left the CIA. And the reason is I had an opportunity to become a contractor doing similar work. It ended up being something completely different. It was a government contractor getting paid a whole lot more money. I'm in the DC area. Okay. And without even going all the details, it was better at that point. So, with a 40% increase plus in salary and a young family.
Right. Who wouldn't?
And
you get to keep your clearance.
Correct.
Right?
Do all of that. Yep. But is working as a contractor. Yep. But it was the first time that I actually worked as a contractor. Of course, I worked with contractors even overseas.
Okay.
Highly specialized contractors that help support like E-Systems
right.
out of Greenville, Texas. They were one of the contractors that supported the RC-135 program.
Okay.
Or Lockheed Martin when I was in electronic warfare.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I ended up applying. I wanted to continue to serve my country. I'm a contractor, but is there a way to do that without going back into the military full time? Because it's clear that I moved on from that. So one way to do that is in the reserves. So I became it was a direct commission program. I had the master's degree, and I had the background, I had the qualifications, and they were looking doctors, lawyers, intelligence specialists. So I applied, was accepted. I went through their training program, and then I was assigned to the DIA headquarters unit in the Alert Center in the National Military Joint Intelligence Center at the Pentagon, reporting directly to the J2. DIA was a day-to-day agency that...
For people that don't know, what is J2?
The J2 is the most senior intelligence officer in the military, in the Pentagon, and they provide the consolidated intelligence to the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Right. Okay.
So they work within the Joint Chiefs of Staff office. You have different Js. I was in the J2 part.
Okay.
But we're big feeds from all over the world. Fascinating. I was there for a number of years. I got to the rank of lieutenant. So I was, the railroad tracks on my naval uniform, Navy uniform.
What do you mean when you say feeds from all over the world?
Feeds, multiple desks, civilian and military. So, for example, the first desk. I'll just give you an example. I won't have time to go into every because
right.
It's a huge.
Sure.
It's kind of like the SIG and Operations Center, the SOC as they called the NSA. This is the Pentagon's version of that. But we had multiple agencies there. CIA had its own desk. State Department had its own desk.
Wow.
The CIA had its own desk. Later, NSA had a desk. I was first assigned because of my technical background to the ELINT desk. Fascinating, right? It was another aspect of this. Then I was assigned, and this is critical to the rest of the story, which is really at the heart of what we're going to be talking about because of what led up to it, what happened on 9/11, and then what happened in the aftermath of 9/11.
Okay.
And then how did I find myself on the front pages of all major newspapers in the country some years later?
Right.
Okay. How did that all happen? Right. And so I was sitting on the terrorism desk doing incredibly advanced link analysis. Link analysis meaning we're doing advanced social, I'll just to simplify this, right, without getting into the weeds, social network analysis.
Wow.
You're going beyond just raw intelligence. What you're doing is, because it's terrorism, which is an idea, right? But where is it embedded? It's embedded in people who decide, you know what? I'm going to commit acts of violence or the equivalent against others. Right? Because I have an ideology, I have a beef, I've got a bone. It could be historical, it could be personal, but it's not basically non-state actors, although states obviously involve themselves in terrorism and even help sponsor with proxies and everything else. So I'm sitting on the terrorism desk. Guess what happened in 1993 in Lower Manhattan? People forget about this. They attempted to drop the World Trade Center towers with truck bombs. And if they went off, people were killed, people were injured. There was a lot of damage. And if they'd been positioned differently, it may have caused way more damage.
Right.
I'm in the alert center. We're following all of this. I literally issued a report. It's a written report. I am sure it's buried. I'm in the alert center. I'm wearing my uniform, my naval uniform. I'm sitting at the desk. Shortly thereafter, I went to the Middle East, North Africa desk. that was interesting as well. But on the terrorism desk, which was a unique desk because it was in essence focused on a particular challenge of how do you deal with non-state actors, primarily, or the proxies of state actors.
Right.
They don't wear uniforms all the time. They blend and disappear into the population. They have their own unique ways of communicating, both in terms of language and even technology. So I'm sitting on the desk. I used to report. I said, because we've been following any number of terrorist groups and individuals, including Al-Qaeda.
And when you're following them, are you working with other agencies to follow them?
Yeah, it's all source. I had different phones on my desk. I could call up and or my colleagues right there in the alert center,
Like the FBI and
right there.
Right.
Oh,
okay.
right there. That was the beauty of it. It was a fusion center. It was one of the really the first fusion center. They had the 9/11 triggered all fusion centers. But we already had that. At least the military, right, reporting to the J2, but it wasn't just military. You had all the other representing agencies that had anything to do with intelligence, world affairs,
Sure.
challenges, period. We even had people dealing with weather. I mean, we're talking, it's a holistic, full,
Weather?
as we would call full spectrum. Yes.
Why were you guys worried about weather?
Yeah, because depending on where you were, right, I mean, things happened.
Yeah.
Right. We had the specialized desk that dealt with alerts for nuclear, like certain, or not just nuclear, but certain launches. You're always tracking launches.
Right.
You're always
Everywhere.
tracking.
Everywhere,
There's
right.
signatures, specialized technology to analyze in real time or near real time what those signatures were,
Right.
where the angle was, the
Cyber satellites are a huge part of that,
Then there's
right?
all kinds of, how do you determine like strength of signals, emanations, emissions of all kinds, right? MASINT is a whole nother int as well.
What is MASINT?
MASINT is that's basically the technical, more technical ints in terms of things that, basically anything that provides a signature.
Got it.
Yeah, besides normal signals, besides normal electronics. Yeah.
Like smoke or vapor?
Yeah, we're talking
Fire.
full spectrum.
Full spectrum, everything.
Full spectrum. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's even specialized even within that, right? It gets really specific. Yeah, I mean, even in the imagery space, we had specialized instruments to measure things.
Did you ever work with the CIBERS system?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, I didn't know if you ever monitored the CIBERS stuff. Okay.
No.
Yeah, my understanding of it is there's like basically a bunch of them that are traveling around the globe like constantly, and there's a constant, essentially, like with all of the different CIBERS satellites constantly rotating the Earth, every single square inch of Earth is covered at all times by these CIBERS satellites that are recording. That were recording what's going on the ground, what's going on in airspace, and all that stuff.
There was partial versions of that when I was there. Remember, there's been an evolution in technology that has advanced that.
Find out, Steve. Find out when CIBERS became.
See, a lot of the early stuff was prototype, or it was in the highly classified military space. That was always one of the covers, or operating under military as a cover for other agencies.
Okay, so CIBERS. When did that come about? Is there a date, Steve? 1994.
It started in the 80s.
Yeah, that's
that's the advanced warning system, and then the boost surveillance and tracking system.
They've
was
had
in the
that
late
for a while.
1980s.
That's been evolved. Remember, that for me, my period is the 80s and through the late 90s.
Follow-on early warning system in the early 90s.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I just remembered what I was trying to, when we were talking about the nuclear stuff. It's a launch on warning. That's the term they have for
launch on warning
for when they see a ICBM going up that we have to empty our silos.
Well, it's a shorthand to say that's what you launch when you a warning that is they're heading, they're incoming.
Just like use it or lose it with the ICBMs.
Use it or lose it is no way launch on warning.
Yeah, right.
Looks like 2009 is when they started the earliest
Okay.
Yeah,
launches
that's
of the
after
satellites.
that. Remember, I'm only aware of prototypes. It had nowhere near the coverage. You have to remember, I mean, this extraordinary evolution of technology has enabled all this.
Right.
And even the ability to launch on a regular basis. One of the things that Musk can do with SpaceX. I met him, by the way. When
You met Elon?
That's a whole nother story.
Really? When did you meet him?
2007, before the first successful launch of Falcon.
Now, 2007 was when you were going through everything, right? When you were on your way out.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Nope.
So you were still in NSA when
I was
you met
still
Elon.
NSA. I was teaching at the National Defense University at the time.
What was the context of this?
We'll get to it. That's a whole nother. I mean, if you want to jump around, I can, but
Okay, we'll get to it. I want to make a note.
I get to it. You might want to make a note. Yes. People always say, "You met Musk? What was he like?" I say, "Yeah,
You heard
fascinating
it, folks. You better keep watching this because we're going to hear a great story about Elon and the deep state.
Yeah, it's a story, all right.
He's fast.
And you got to remember, when I met him, he was in his mid-30s.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. 2007. Yeah.
Yeah. Full of mojo and just, man, it's an interesting story. I mean, it's this fascinating startup, right? It was.
Also, so you mentioned that the 1993 bombing of the World Trade
Oh,
Center.
yes. This is critical to what literally became the split in the time-space continuum for me, the U.S. and the world.
Okay.
Because without this particular event, so let me go back. See, this is Joseph Lockhart. You'll want me to talk about Joseph Lockhart from Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941, a day of infamy. That never should have happened either. I can tell you, in terms of the damage, let alone the warning. You know, there was a warning. The warning went out. It got rejected.
Why did it get rejected?
It wasn't considered important enough. The duty officer said, he decided that, it's not worth reporting, not worth sending out the alert. To move airplanes on the fails pointed nose, basically wingtip to wingtip, to move ships out or to alert the crews. They can actually man the anti-aircraft guns. But that gets, I'm in an interview, Joseph Lockhart.
Yeah, there's a lot of documentaries out there that speculate that was that they let that happen as an excuse to enter the war.
I think there's a both and here. It's not either or. This is all people want this simplistic.
People
it's
want
black
it to
or
be
white.
black and white.
It's
right?
not black
never
or white.
black and
It's
white.
not. It's
right.
It's not. But Roosevelt was looking for a way. He was already supporting Britain.
Many things can be true at once.
Yes, many things can be true, and they can even appear to be contradictory.
Yep. Yeah.
And yet still, yes. So 1993, I sent out a message. This is one that's going to haunt me for the rest. This is the first haunt of my life, right? Being within the deep state. Sent a message saying they may have failed to drop the World Trade Center. I said it this way. I'm paraphrasing myself. They may have failed to drop the World Trade Center, but they're coming back. They're coming back. We must warn all the command authorities about what their intent is. They're coming back. This is not a one-time event. This is not a one-off event.
And how?
We've been doing long-term, short-term, mid-term analysis.
So this was the analysis of it.
Yes.
That we knew they were coming back.
Remember, I'm drawing on my entire. This is the thing. People don't realize what it takes to become fully is knowledgeable in your space. You're basically you're not just an area specialist. In this case, I was sitting in the terrorism desk. I had to know as much as I could know that was possible, and we had all kinds of updated topic areas on terrorism, right? What's the latest? And we you keep iterate, publish it, publish it, because the desk rotates. I mean, I was only there on weekends. I was a weekend warrior because I was in the reserves. Usually at least once a month. So I was there for 2 full cycles. Sometimes Friday night till Sunday, sometimes from Saturday through Monday morning. And then I would go to work. And at that time I was working at Booz Allen in Hamilton, a whole nother part of my career.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I sent out this report. Now it's an internal, but it gets all the way to the J2, which is usually a 1 or 2 star general.
Okay.
He comes down to the alert center, and the alert center itself it's 24 hours. normally run usually by a 06, usually a captain Navy or a colonel Air Force Army. And it rotates, right, depending on who's on shift and working. It can be temporarily filled by a senior like lieutenant colonel in 05. But flag level, because it's a flag level position, it's usually in 06. Generals begin at 07 and then go up to 010. And so he comes down. He literally, which is rare. He rarely ever came down, right? But he comes down in the alert center, says, "Yeah, I saw your report." And this is almost literally what he said out loud. Yeah, who cares? Who cares about some raghead issuing fatwas in the desert sitting under a fig tree? And I paused because it's like, he just dismissed it. I was classically trained in terms of intelligence. It's an art and a science. It's not perfect. It has confidence levels. Some cases you have low confidence. Sometimes you have high confidence.
Right.
We had pretty high confidence that they meant business. There had already been a series of terrorist incidents. You can go back to the Reagan, right? Remember Beirut? And we didn't do anything. He just pulled us out.
Yeah.
People have argued about why did he do that? Some say it actually emboldened the terrorists. Never mind sort of the larger geopolitical dynamics in terms of history, which in itself gets complicated enough. Okay.
Right.
But remember, a bunch of French military lost their lives too in the Beirut, not just U.S. So it was clear the system, I say the system, and this is where you get in, it's people, it wasn't considered. Remember, you got to remember what year it is. This is critical in context. Context is everything here. Remember, I was classically trained. Indications of warning, duty to warn, but indications. You don't want to wait until you warn. You also want to be in the decision loop, no matter what it is, ahead of time. And what's the whole focus? To keep people out of harm's way. Not just U.S., it could be allies, friendly, period. If you know there's an international airliner like KL007, I'm jumping ahead again, okay, but the same year. I mean, go back 10 years in 1983, which I have inside knowledge on that one. If you know there's an international airliner flying outside of its route, okay, and you know that it's now being perceived as an RC-135, that's how the Russians in the west, the far eastern district, perceived it. They're not going to take it too kindly. They're particularly sensitive to that part of their country. It never should have been shot down. I'm just going to tell you. But that's a what if for me because it got shot down. All those passengers on a 747.
This was what year?
1983.
83.
KL007. Korean Airlines.
Oh, yes.
I was stationed at Mildenhall, but we got all the reports. I knew people that worked at the Masawa unit. There was then a secret collection unit way up Wakanai. I can say it now, way up on the coast. It was the most northern collection, but at the time it was highly super sensitive. I knew people that worked there. And they sent out remember I mentioned the critic reporting system, which is supposed to get on the president's desk within 10 minutes? Issued it, got rejected by NSA. Issued it again, got rejected by NSA. Then it was too late.
Oh my God.
They thought it was an exercise back at headquarters. They didn't trust the field. That's why you have the alert system. The field site is supposed to provide for that type of coverage. You didn't just have a responsibility to quote unquote spy, collect intelligence on a adversary. You also had a responsibility to the civilian side of the world. This is a civilian airliner. It's not a military airliner at all. But they thought it was an RC-135. Why? Because a Cobra Ball mission, another variant of the RC-135, didn't fly in it, but I certainly knew people that did, happened to be in the area. What were they waiting for? A launch from Kamchatka, because that's typically how the Soviets at the time, they would launch into the Pacific. Got thousands and thousands of miles. It's out in the boonies on this huge peninsula. But we monitor it with super specialized equipment. Without going into all the details, they end up going home. They switched the track, so they call it, on the radar, because the radar back over there wasn't that as advanced, and they kept thinking as they saw this what they thought was an RC-135 violating their airspace as it flew over the peninsula and into the Sea of Okhotsk. And they said, well, we better go up and shoot it down. The order was given to shoot it down. And they got shot down. All this was captured. Now, Reagan made a big deal out of it because it was incredibly embarrassing, because it turns out they shot down a civilian airliner. In the profile, if you're on radar, the profile, even looking at it, even though a 747 is actually quite a bit larger than an RC-135, but it kind of looks the same.
Can you pull up a picture of an RC-135, Steve?
They both have 4 engines. It's similar in terms of the angle of the wing. That's one of the, plane. That's the, I believe, is the combat scent variant.
Wow.
There's different variants, of course.
Okay.
But if you look at that and then compare it to a 747,
Very similar.
in profile, from a distance, it's similar. On the radar, a few feet here and there, can't really tell. They thought it was an RC-135.
That's a 747.
Yeah. What's the story? There was also, and this is probably after you were out of NSA, but there was a story similar where an airline got shot down right off of New York, or maybe it didn't get shot down.
Oh, TWA 800?
TWA 800, yes.
That is wrapped in a mystery inside of a puzzle that's then smothered with an enigma. To paraphrase Churchill.
I had a fellow, a former FBI agent on the show about a year ago, who was there on site cleaning up, like trying to rescue people that were. I mean, there was no rescues, but like he was there, like in the recovery process of that.
Yeah.
And he said it was the worst day of his life, having to see that. And the official story is what? Like what was the official story of that?
Electrical short.
That's
the official story.
I think he said on the podcast, he said it looked like it got shot down.
Many people said, and yes. I can't definitively say, but by virtue of how they sealed the whole investigation and a lot of the mystery around what really happened in terms of reporting, it raises some really hard questions that still remain unanswered to this day. I think there was an accident, but I can see, and some have argued, that variant of the 800, right? I mean, it was a flight, but a variant of that plane could have been susceptible to, and gets into static electricity, and it could have ignited. But, there are safety mechanisms. Yeah, machines are imperfect, but there's other things around that in terms of what appears to be some kind of launch coming from the vicinity of the ground that would lead to a possibility that was. It reminds me of what happened with the Airbus. Never mind KL-007, the Airbus, the Iranian Airbus that took off from the airfield, and they share it with the military. And they're the Vincennes. You go back in the history. This is interesting. They thought the Vincennes. They thought that it was an F-14 that was coming in at an angle to attack them. Well, there was a ferry flight that they always flew back and forth. There was an Airbus that flew back and forth across the Gulf routinely, and it was on descent. It peaks out. It's a very short flight across the Gulf. When you're flying 350, 400, 450 miles plus miles an hour. So they fired off a standard wind. I mean, I was in the Navy, a Standard missile, which is basically fire and forget. You can't really recall it per se. And boom. And much to our horror, we shot down a civilian airliner.
God.
Well, it turns out, even though there was an instrument panel that showed it, it was an F-14 squawking on the airbase, but it got mixed up. And in the heat of the battle, and you got to remember the dynamics. And that was one of those periods where they were sending out their little boats and needling like a flea, right? Just, in the Vincennes is, Ticonderoga class, cruiser. So,
right.
But a whole bunch of civilians lost their lives.
Yeah.
I mean, but it was an international incident of major proportions.
Steve just found a great animation of that TWA 800 flight. I guess they somehow, based on the trajectory of all the debris, they figured out like what the explosion looked like and how it ripped the plane apart. Go ahead, play it, Steve. So the head of the airplane just freaking came off, got decapitated.
Yep. Wow. Actually, that's the first time I've seen this. I've never seen the animation. That was.
I imagine these guys are blacked out already, right? They're unconscious.
Oh yeah, it's just the forces involved.
Right. And then the people that are in the plane.
Well, you're at altitude. That's the other problem. You immediately. I had to. We went through special chambers. To learn what would happen if you lost air or had a blowout or whatever, or even got hit at altitude. You had to go on oxygen almost immediately,
right?
Because you would lose consciousness.
Right.
There wasn't enough pressure to keep the oxygen, the air in your lungs.
Yeah.
Wow. You saw what happened to the plane that was coming in on about 300 feet off. This is the helicopter that ran into.
Oh yeah, just recently. What was the story with that?
The commuter jet.
Oh, the private jet.
Well,
was it the private jet?
No, it's commuter. It's Eagle. It's Eagle. It's a subsidiary.
I saw two things. I saw one thing that was like a midair collision. It looked like, and another one where a private jet just nose dove into a highway.
That was apparently some kind of a meta flight. They were actually on their way to the central part, the heartland of America, and then going into Mexico. Someone got flown in for special treatment in the Baltimore area. Philadelphia area.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't. That one's like wow. It was like a missile. They were talking. It was incredible. Just dropped out of the sky,
straight down.
Yeah, super steep angle. It put an 8-foot hole apparently for people on the scene, and there was scattered debris everywhere. But that was
God.
But you saw what I'm saying is how quickly that commuter jet broke up. It got hit. You can see that helicopter. The UH is plowing right in the UH-60, which is their kind of the workhorse helicopter. It goes back 40, 50 years now.
Can you find a video of it, Steve?
The UH-60?
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that because we used to, some of the missions, you would see them flying around besides the Apaches and everything else. But the UH-60 is a workhorse. And it didn't even know it was there. It's pretty clear. There was no evasive maneuvers. Just flew right in. It flew right into it.
Oh, the video's really kind of hard to see. It's
300. 300 feet because it was basically just before 9 o'clock on Wednesday. It just flew right into it.
It's like that's all it is.
And everybody's dead.
Yeah,
including the helicopter.
How does that happen, man?
Well, see, that's. There's been a lot of close calls, as it turns out, a lot because they have all these helicopter routes. You're now, and Reagan has been expanded. Thank you, because if you're in Congress, you want to get home as quick as possible. You want to be, it's right there, but it's basically it's in downtown. It's that close.
Yeah,
and it's just a very congested area.
And this was also near Philadelphia.
No, this is D.C.
This is D.C.
Reagan. This is Reagan over the Potomac. He's on final approach.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's just crazy that this is all happening like right on the heels of all that drone controversy.
Yeah. Oh, the drone stuff. That's.
I think Trump just came out and said that it was. They said that it was surveillance, some sort of surveillance thing combined with hobbyists.
Yep. You don't hear about it anymore. You're not hearing about it now. I mean, you don't. It became this thing. It reminds me of War of the Worlds. People started seeing all kinds of things. People were showing, hey, here's a whole nother one. And it's got regular blinking lights. It turns out because all kinds of there's all kinds of airfields, both public and private, and military in that area.
Right, everywhere.
People just
Langley.
and you're talking New York, the New York area, right? The greater New York, New Jersey, right? That's very congested as well.
Yeah.
People were just on regular flight paths, people in and out of airports, and they're saying they're UFOs.
They were definitely conventional drones, but like why?
Yeah.
Like why all of a sudden are all these drones out there and only at night?
Yeah.
And then there was a couple stories that came out. One that they were looking for like a rogue nuke.
I heard that. Plus there's all kinds of people. There are training exercises, and sometimes with the training exercises in the military or sort of the secret side of government, they do it under the cover of civilian. Right. It just makes it more real. We used to do that.
Right.
Look, I'll give you want another example?
Yeah, of course.
We used to fly all kinds of training flights with the Compass Call as a wartime mission. Remember, it was combat support, right? Wartime, but conflict. You just didn't routinely go out and jam stuff. You didn't. We had a special, it was basically an oil bath where you could send the signal, the jamming, right? The electronic. Into this, it never radiated outside. We had a special, it was basically called a cheese cutter. It never radiated outside of the airplane. So, but there was a switch, and it was actually because it was a weapons system. It was technically an electronic weapons system. It was controlled by an officer. So I reported in the back of the plane. There was the front end crew. I reported as a mission crew supervisor to a mission crew commander, right? An officer. I was a non-commissioned. He was commissioned, but he had a switch. In the switch, there was one. It's live or it's the oil pot. The oil pot, right? So you had to flip the switch to an on position for any radiation that was electronic, a suppressant is a suppressant version of an electronic signal, multiple frequencies, depending. You could target it, you could broadband it, you could be and you had to flip a switch. Well, we were flying a certain part of the Western U.S. and we had special permission because we'll get to this, the whole thing with you can't listen in, spy on, collect on Americans without a warrant.
Yeah.
Not that it matters anymore, but that's part of the Constitution.
Right.
Part of the reason why we were Americans, because we had a revolution, for cripe's sake. And we're flying around, right? And of course, that plane flew a lot lower. We're talking about 20,000 feet, 15, 20,000 feet. It could go higher, but that was sort of its normal operating thing. And it's a prop plane, turboprop. 4-engine, accidentally flipped on the switch and shut down. It's good news, rather remote part of the western part of the United States, shut down radio stations in the area.
Oh my God.
People were calling in saying, what happened to the radio station, right? Whoops.
Oh man.
What plane is this?
EC-138.
EC-138.
Compass call.
All right, so let's jump back to your story and let's get into the good stuff.
The good stuff?
Well, I mean, let's start that trajectory at least.
All right. Okay.
So I think we left off when you were in NSA and it was 1993, that whole terrorist thing. You were working on the terrorist
Navy.
That was Navy.
On the terrorism desk.
Terrorism desk. Okay. Cool. And then how did you get from there to NSA?
So I was also a contractor at NSA. This is where I was at Booz Allen Hamilton and later with a couple of boutique.coms in doing management information technology consulting.
Okay.
So I had become very, very familiar with NSA. And I was actually working on a special program called Jackpot, which was an out-of-the-box program, separately funded, had 5-year funding. It was actually part of, interesting enough, Al Gore's Reinventing Government initiative. Now, Al Gore did not invent the internet. That's popular meme at the time.
Yeah.
It was just basically expand internet, enhance internet. But under Reinventing Gore, a number of agencies were given special money to take the best of American ingenuity and innovativeness in the IT digital space and bring it in NSA. Okay. NSA had become very institutionalized. It had become very reliant on its legacy. This gets into, you can remember, it was designed to deal with a very rigid command and control system called the Soviet Union primarily, even though it had a worldwide mission, but that was its primary focus.
Okay.
Even when I flew in RCs, the bulk of the linguists, the crypto linguists, were Russian. Not all of them. And I had to know enough Russian to understand it. Just another part of my job. Yeah. But the primary function, in terms of the set of people that were on that plane were Russian.
Okay.
Just by virtue of the priority. Okay.
Right.
So Cold War ends. I'm sitting on desks that are dealing with emerging threats, but it was being basically ignored or dismissed by those in power.
Yeah, you mentioned the general came in and basically said, "I don't give a shit about a couple of ragheads."
That's right. Yeah. So, but I was working on a special program called Jackpot. So we're now bringing in the best because they realized, here's the kicker, the key, but it's a kicker. They did study after study after study. Some were pretty significant, including a RAND Corporation study. There was others, including stakeholders with the oversight committees. Remember, they was formed late 70s under Carter because of all the scandals that emerged and all the spying and everything, Operation Chaos and the field intelligence program with the military spying on Americans, the Operation Minaret, the Coin Intel Pro with FBI. It's just going crazy, right? And it all culminated under the Nixon administration in terms of course, that's when I grew up. I grew up as a young teenager during that period. So I'm working on this program because NSA realized they had a problem. How do you deal with all this data? How do you deal with these new non-state actors? They're murky. It's hard to figure them out, or let alone follow them. A lot of times they don't use any normal means of regular means of communication that we're used to. Mm-hmm. So part of my job at the time, and this is where it got very technical, but it was also on the management side. Okay, how do you form organizations? How do you create organizations to deal with this new digital age? Analog to digital.
Okay.
The analog didn't disappear, believe me, but now increasingly it's digital. So they just sat there staring at their navel most of the time, because it would require change. And in a large organization, and this is the challenge we're seeing now emerge with Trump 2.0. You're seeing institutionalized, very rigid organizations who have gotten used to the way they do business. And that way that they do business is business as usual. Mm-hmm. The last thing they want to do, and some of it's justified in part, especially when they're supporting directly like Social Security payments, right? Medicare, for example, those built on systems, basic COBOL, which I'm very familiar with, COBOL, Common Oriented Business Language, right? But very difficult as an organization to change. Yeah. Never mind corruption, never mind, right? So in this space, right, I'm coming in from the outside and I'm basically saying, even as a contractor, we weren't looked on very kindly. We would go into organizations and actually do a full scope, basically a full scope. We called it we had ways we did this. Technical examination of the organization in terms of what they were creating, their projects and programs. We also examined the leadership and management structure. Mm-hmm. And then we would create a report. And we invite all the key principals, including basically the entire organization, into like a conference room. A lot of the managers in particular leaders, right? Some quite senior, did not appreciate this, right? Because they're being exposed, even from within. Even though it's a safe environment, they're still being exposed. Right. Took great exception to it. Just to give you an indication of how difficult it is, even when it's for all the right reasons and when it's actually necessary for the continuance and the sustainment of the mission. Remember, the whole thing, my upbringing was mission, mission, mission.
Right.
So bringing in outside expertise, and it's ironic because this is where NSA is like, well, and it started in the mid-'80s, by the way, we're just going to go buy solutions, spend tons of money. We can't do it. We don't want to do it. So we'll go to the corporate America, military industrial complex, or some of the new emerging Silicon Valley companies that we mentioned earlier, like Google, for example. I am actually responsible. I'll take credit, but with some embarrassment, responsible for bringing the first Google appliance in NSA, which then got summarily rejected. We'll get to that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because of what it found.
Right.
These are the boxes that would send out to all the little spiders to pick up all the, right? Well, It turns out, even, I'll just mention it, I might as well say it now. Even at NSA, even though I had a very high clearance, beyond the high clearance, there were special red zones, special compartmented programs, off limits to very few people. Most people wouldn't even known about them. Some of them for legitimate reasons, why you're protecting very, very, very sensitive sources and methods. Mm-hmm. Certain operations overseas, certain types of technology you're employing that you don't want anybody to know about outside those that are using it. I knew what those were like when I was involved in SAP and SAR in the military. Only the people that are inside that compartment, that mission compartment, would know and would have access to the information.
Okay.
Even the commander of our unit wouldn't know. He would just know that this is how you protect for legitimate reasons. You don't want to compromise, remember, military operations, especially when they're hypersensitive.
Right.
Okay. So the Google appliance it went right through what they thought was the firewalls, bypassed the firewall, went cruising right through. And it's in essence cataloging all these hypersensitive, like I'd say hypersensitive programs. Of course, you can imagine the embarrassment if your NSA leadership shut it down. Just shut it down.
It was penetrating firewalls
Yes.
of who? Of what?
Inside NSA.
Oh, penetrating NSA
remember
firewall.
NSA, their way, they just kept, it's Rube Goldberg. Remember, it had its own net, old school, right? But there was a point where they're even arguing whether an individual should even have access to email. That's how bad it was in the early days. Mm-hmm. So what they did is they built this very complex Rube Goldberg just kept adding and adding on, and we called it NSA net. It's like internet, but it's inside NSA.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
It's all network. Everything's networked.
Yep.
So there was a net. This goes way back. This goes back, right? But it was very difficult post 9/11 to figure out what you had, what's important, what's critical, how do we keep? I mean, there's just staggering amounts of data, right? We're not just talking regular internet. We're talking about the vast, just volumes of information, data, raw data streaming in from all the collection sites, from everywhere.
Right.
And that's the vast enterprise.
And where was it all
nature.
being stored?
Various places, right? There's a huge data center out in Utah now that had to be developed because they're running out of room, quote unquote, physical room to even put the servers up, which had, we're talking at the petabyte level. Okay, all the data. So now there's an entire facility which can actually grow even more if they needed to. Mm-hmm. So there's locations, physical locations, without mentioning where they are, on the campus. They call it the NSA larger campus at Fort Meade, where they would have special buildings that are all cool, air chilled, right?
Yep.
Chillers and everything else, vast. Some are underground, some are in special buildings, right? Where they would store all the data, and where you end, this data is being stored in databases. So this Google appliance was, in essence, to figure out what we had, right? It's part of the network. But of course, it does its job really, really well. It just goes out, finds it, and brings it all back. It was an attempt for the right reasons to help facilitate communication, to help provide sharing of information within NSA. But it found things that they didn't want the rest of NSA to know about, which were these special red zones, compartmented programs, highly sensitive. Because the techs thought, oh no, our firewalls are strong enough that it'll never penetrate. We're not talking a physical barrier. We're actually talking firewalls at the software firmware level, which would prevent even other parts of NSA, because as soon
to get through it.
Right, it would just reject it, any attempt.
And it was a Google appliance.
It was a Google appliance, but they didn't realize the power of the Google appliance. I did, because I was spending all kinds of time in Silicon Valley consulting. I had this dual thing. It was an interesting place. I just happened to be there. You say, where's Waldo? Well, I was Waldo. Now I work in a super secret world. Then I'm going out into the burgeoning explosion of internet in terms of commercial. And where am I going most of the time? Silicon Valley. Learning, just fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Doing consulting. I was even allowed to engage with separate, basically consulting efforts, projects when I was there.
And what kind of consulting were you doing?
Management and technology. But I was also part of my entree. I was doing what we were doing inside NSA, but I was even doing it now both ways. So they were getting the benefit of what I was doing inside NSA. They're willing to share its national security. Right? Remember,
They can share everything with you.
Well, not everything, but this wasn't surveillance.
Right.
We're just talking about, I'm going to different labs. I actually went to Palo Alto Research Center. Fascinating trip. I went to AT&T Bell Labs. It doesn't exist anymore, up in New Jersey. Fascinating, phenomenal stuff, right? Leading edge, but all in labs. People don't even realize this extraordinary thing about America in terms of inventing, because we have this mentality, problem solve it. Why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Necessity, the famous phrase, necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
Why not? Why would you stop that from happening? Why would you prevent that from happening? So, I'm at NSA. I begin, because I'm bringing back, right, new thoughts, and then there's people at NSA that because I had enterprise responsibility. I'm going through the ends. I even went overseas in a couple of cases. So I'm going to the ends of NSA to find the very best projects. The very best program is to help those improve themselves at the same time. And that's why we were doing these special reviews.
Okay.
In the course of doing all that, just to compress all this, to get to 2001, I was finding people phenomenal, call it SIGINT skunk works, like Lockheed Martin skunk works that built the U-2 in the SR-71. Okay. Phenomenal, because NSA realized in the 90s in particular, they faced a huge challenge with the digital age. They couldn't just, because that's the only thing they knew. Oh, we'll just bring everything back, store it, and figure it out later. Bring everything back, store it.
Yeah.
How do you suck the ocean dry? Can you just, wait a minute, leave the ocean where it is? Just keep track. And this is how I was taught, even on the RC-135. Essential elements of information, metadata, the critical information, the things that you need to know about. The stuff that's routine, you just keep track of that. It's only when it turns to something other than routine that you care. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the signal to noise ratio. When it rises above a certain level, you then say you notice it, but you can't notice everything.
Right.
I can't always look at every straw in the haystack, can I? I need to know though if one of the straws, right, turns. How do I know that? Well, I have to know when it turns or it catches on fire. Okay. I got to know about that.
Right.
That's part of indications of warning as well, ultimately in terms of how you provide that to support, which is stated in the preamble of the Constitution, providing for the common defense of the United States. I not only just took that to heart, I lived it as well as others did, silent warriors, for years and years and years. That's how I was taught. It's what I experienced. It's what I provided the American people in secret in the national security space. So NSA kept pushing back, resisting, because it meant change. They were so wedded to their legacy systems that they weren't willing to look at something differently. You know, the famous quote from Einstein, keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's a form of insanity. This is institutional insanity. As I was told at one point after I got to NSA, well, joined NSA as a senior executive, Tom, you just don't understand. That's not how we do things around here. So, but this is actually going to improve how we do things around here. Oh, that's not how we do things. They just were wedded to how they did things. So, huge resistance. In fact, they tried to shut the program down because it was embarrassing. But I'm bringing back, and then I'm meeting people inside NSA super frustrated because the new director, now it's 1999, Michael V. Hayden, who's central to my story,
right,
central to my history, central to what then happened with, as though he's done a very good job, okay, of faking and diluting. He's very articulate, and he has a lot of respect still, you know, as a former, and he didn't become CIA director after he was the principal deputy director of the new director of national intelligence. So it's 1999. He said, you know, this is the same thing as we encountered in World War II, Manhattan Project. We got to treat this as a Manhattan Project. We have to partner with industry. We need to buy this solution. And it's going to cost a lot of money. You know why? Because it's a really big problem. Why is it a big problem? Because all kinds of data. It's a big data problem. They actually called it that, the big data problem. Mm-hmm. Here's the funny thing. In the 90s, particularly the latter part of the 90s, NSA historically, for a number of years, had published their 5 top challenge problems. They had more than that. But the 5 top were the priorities. One of them was the big data problem. So you can imagine NSA, necessity being the mother of invention, let's go solve it. I met the engineers, met the programs and project, and a whole collection analysis, right, and reporting to do exactly that. on behalf of the American people. They solved the big data problem, the core of it, prior to 9/11. Had already solved it. But NSA, nope, the corporate decision is, and there are people who actually got punished for this internally, punished. We've already made the decision. We're just going to go to, and they spent, we're talking the initial version of this transformation, they had this whole transformation effort, which I was actually a part of. I was in the inside of it. But it became clear all they wanted to do was create a contract vehicle to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars. Now, I'd already gotten an insight on that back in the late 80s.
By partnering with private industry.
Yes.
Okay.
Commercial,
And you
private,
had-
but military. We're talking those who had access and had the proper security clearances or could. We're talking like the SAICs of the world. We're talking about the Booz Allens of the world.
Right.
We're talking about the IT portions of those companies.
Yes.
Okay.
So just to clarify, when you say you had already solved it, you had already solved it by doing what?
NSA had already solved it internally, not by buying it. They were going to make it, but that was the historical legacy of NSA. They had contractors going all the way back.
Yep.
But they weren't just going out to industry and just wholesale here. We'll just give you a bunch of money, figure it out.
Right.
Remember what Eisenhower warned the nation about in his farewell address in 1961? The rise of military in the halls of the rise of the military industrial complex. Now it's a military industrial intelligence complex.
Right.
If you're a contractor and you have shareholders, guess what you're going to, perversely incentivized to do? Why solve the problem?
You're going to
I started seeing it. I was seeing it in the 90s. I was already seeing it on this program. People were like, we're going to buy lines of code. Well, if I'm a contractor, okay, there's a joke about this. I'm just going to code me up a Winnebago today because I could just crank a bunch of lines of code just to get paid more. There was one project that we analyzed. The government was paying the contractor $8,000 for every line of code. So that's what you do. More lines of code. It's not about lines of code. It's about the functions that provide support to the mission, fulfill the mission.
Yes, right.
Provide for the common defense on behalf of the American people. That's your responsibility. And you have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the money is spent wisely and that you account for it.
Right.
So he decided Trailblazer is the program.
Trailblazer.
Pre 9/11, 1909.
Right.
He was on Newsweek magazine front page. He was inviting reporters and whining and dining them at his residence on Fort Meade. I mean, he went political and he was dazzling the overseers, the oversight committee, because he carried that and he had those 3 stars, right? He's sitting there in front of them and he was not a technologist. That's the last thing he was.
Right.
He actually used to be a Bulgarian linguist in the military. At one point, he actually headed up one of the units that I was a part of in the military. Not when I was in, but he goes all the way back. Okay. But he'd also worked, interesting enough, in George Bush first. He also had been part of basically the military, the intelligence side of the National Security Council. So he had inroads. He was operating with the players, as it were. That's one reason he was called when he was in Korea. Hey, how would you like to become the director of NSA?
Right.
So he's going to buy the solution. The original program was just shy of $4 billion. The amount of money that was spent originally on one of the programs, this is one of them, but don't have time to go into all of them, but there was a number of these really skunkworks that were solving these challenge problems at NSA that they actually had defined as a challenge problem. This wasn't like, we're just going to go off and just play. No, there were labs that they did that too. This was to solve the problem. So a little over $3 million solved it well prior to 9/11.
Thin thread?
Thin thread. But if you're spending millions, but then you've got this other program that's billions, and you're going to buy it, not make it, why would what was happening is that people's careers, promotions are being based on how large you grew your organization. How much
Right.
money did you bring in? How much money did you let out to a contractor? You didn't, in fact, you became further and further away from the day-to-day of and even the big contractors got all kinds of pass-through fees because they're just giving it to the subs to actually do. They didn't, a lot of cases didn't even do the real work
Right,
themselves.
right.
Who's doing real work? Oh, it's not about real work. Look, I had already blown the whistle on an earlier program, one of the most, at the time, the most expensive automated data processing system at NSA called Minstrel. Anytime you bring up Minstrel at NSA, probably not as much now because most of the principals have gone or are dead. It was super, super embarrassing. At the time, it was incredibly expensive. You're talking 1985, it was awarded, right? For almost 200. We're talking almost $200 million. That's a ton of money for an IT system. They bought a bunch of hardware, right, at inflated prices, and then it never delivered. They ultimately spent about $250 million on it by the time they were finished. The same core people that were on Minstrel got another bite at the apple under Trailblazer, but way bigger. But this was going to catapult NSA because they were under a huge pressure. You're falling behind, becoming less relevant.
Right.
You're going deaf.
Right.
Literally. Bringing all this data back can't make sense of it. Or you're getting to know more and more, and this is sort of a twist here about what I'm going to say, knowing no more about less and less. So become myopia, right? Get incredibly narrow.
Right.
Because there's all this stuff that's just like on, as they would say, it's on the cutting room floor in some database, obscure database somewhere. How do I know its value? This problem was solved. Now, I was part of that because what I was doing was advanced analysis. On the technical side, I was analyzing software and how it was being developed, how it was being designed and developed and deployed. So we're talking soup to nuts, full, you call it life cycle, okay, including maintenance, operations, O&M, operations and maintenance, where a lot of the contractors knew they would get even more money just because they could just milk it. We used to joke about that at Booz, we'll milk it. And if we can't get them to milk it, we'll just repackage it and sell it to some other government agency and milk it some more. So I developed using very advanced script technology at the time, okay? Because guess where I had been when I was on another contract, when I was before Minstrel, I was in the AI. This is early. This is just part of my background. I was part of an AI department in this government contract office in the late 1989, summer, fall of 89.
Really?
Yes. Expert systems, machine learning.
And who was developing this?
This is GTE. Doesn't exist anymore.
GTE.
GTE is a contract. It used to be one of the largest
GTE.
rural telephone payphone carriers, right? Rural. But they had a government operation. So I blew the whistle on that program, long story short. But remember in this, I went jump back, but this gives you sort of the grounding of what I was confronted with already as a contractor before I even joined NSA as a senior executive. I went to, we'll go into the details of how I blew the whistle. That's a story all by itself, but we're talking the 91 timeframe. I got kicked off the program, okay? I was a test engineer, customer specialist, basically a specialist. Because I had the background, but at the time I was operating, and then later I was actually part of the software engineering team. On it was a voice processing system. It was supposed to basically catapult NSA into the digital age when it came to voice processing, which was a space I worked on for years when I was overseas.
Right.
So they, in their infinite wisdom, had issued this contract to GTE. I blow the whistle. NSA itself was getting antsy about it because years had gone by. Now it's 6 years in, and where are we going at? Where's the delivery? Where's the delivery? Where's the delivery? So
And the AI was the voice processing
No,
system.
but this is before that. I just happened to be there. I'm just saying this gives you, I mean, because AI is huge now. This is a whole nother, that's a whole nother conversation. AI, which I'm also playing with that myself, even at home. It's stunning. I mean, but there are risks. There are issues. There is lots of, how do you hold AI accountable? What are its ethical obligations? Oh, wait a minute. AI? Well, it's not actually, it could be artificial at best, but it's definitely not intelligent. I did a whole talk on this at my opening remarks in Berlin at a conference recently, back in late November, when I was invited to come to this conference. So here we are. So they actually had an investigation. The general counsel comes out from Mountain View. That was their home office. It was Mountain View, California. He comes out. He does his own internal investigation, brings in a lot of us to interview. And I looked at him and I said, weren't we remember, given my background, right? My background already, just the summary of it. He's sitting there in his chair, and I looked at him at one point in his interview, and I said, weren't we under an obligation to deliver something that actually worked? No, we weren't. Contract plus. All we had to do is show best effort. I just stopped. I mean, my jaw just like dropped. He didn't care whether or not the program delivered. All he cared about was that the funds kept flowing. Didn't matter what was developed. It didn't matter it didn't work. It didn't matter that it was a piece of crap, and I'm being polite when I say that. Didn't matter. This was my now dawning realization after having worked with extraordinary people that you'll never hear about in the field when I flew, right? Especially overseas. Dedicated to the mission. Not to just lining their pockets. Yeah, I get in the American capitalism, make a profit.
Right.
But now you're talking obscene levels of profit. And then wait a minute, it didn't matter that it's one thing you've spent a lot of money and you actually deliver something. It's a whole nother thing to spend a whole lot of money and not deliver. Increasingly, they weren't delivering. And then they would just, because it's what they call sunk cost in the economics, you just keep dumping more money and money into the hole, right?
Right.
So, long story short, in February so to give you a background, that I was very sensitive now to corruption, to fraud, waste, and abuse, had already been a whistleblower. I was even a whistleblower in the military, but that's another story. When I was on the Compass Call mission, Big Safari, right? Big Safari is another interesting program. It's sort of the umbrella program. It funds a lot of this, including what I was doing overseas. February 2001, I just moved into a new house where I live, right? In Maryland. I was doing really, really well. Okay. I had special projects, contracts. I was working with like the University of California, Riverside. I was still doing all my consulting. I even expanded. I was now a principal in a boutique.com. This is the late, the 80, 98, 99, 2000, early aughts. Flying all over. I used to fly in the Nerdbird flight. They call it the Nerdbird flight. Dulles to San Jose. A lot of spying went on in that plane.
What was that about?
The Nerdbird, because people are flying back and forth, tech lobbyists. This is when the sort of the growth of the tech bros, venture capital, Silicon Valley, venture capital got involved in all of that, right? Okay.
Wow.
Including up to Sand Hill Road to make the case for small boutique.coms who were given a bunch of venture capital money, nondescript office, technology level of playing field. They had a, good-looking secretary sitting up front just for anybody that came to the front door, but the building itself was nondescript, some office complex. Meanwhile, in the back room, the couple of 3 or 4 or 5 back rooms, depending how much money they got, they had a bunch of code cutters, to say that loosely, developing the next killer app. That became the phrase. We got to develop the next killer app. Because internet had exploded.
Yes. Okay.
In the interview, just in the last, especially with the web. Okay. And browsers.
Right.
And it's like, how do we exploit this? We're going to make, and people were it was staggering amounts of money being dumped. And the conferences that I went to, this is when This was the heyday of you would go into where they have all the companies, and they all started outdoing each other. Who had the fanciest stand and all the little things they would give away, and some got really fancy. I mean, it was quite something. It was a world, right? It was quite a world.
The .com bubble.
.com bubble, and I could tell. I even almost moved to San Jose. I almost moved there, but I realized it had become a gambling environment. People were just rolling the dice.
Right.
Fact is, on average, only about 1 out of 14 companies ever actually made it. And then would usually get swallowed up by some bigger company.
Okay.
I saw all this happen, right? All in front of me.
Right.
So I'm sitting there February of 2001.
Mm-hmm.
NSA was under huge pressure because they weren't solving the problem, just to say it simply. Huge pressure from stakeholders and others, studies, like, you got to do something. Maybe you need to stir up the gene pool. Maybe you need to bring in senior people with outside experience, both government and industry, and bring them into NSA, put them in senior positions, and let them make the necessary changes. I was part of about 6-month period, roughly. There was a couple of people who had been hired in a little sooner, where about a dozen of us were hired in from the outside. I applied. They actually went to careerbuilders.com. Remember monster.com?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They tried to do this like high-tech ITs would do, or startups. How do you hire people?
Mm-hmm.
They realized on the government, they couldn't go through the normal government cycle because it would just take too long.
Right.
Way too long. And they had to have security clearances on top of that.
Right.
So they accelerated, compressed it all. I went through, even though it wasn't the position I originally applied for, I went through a multi-month process, but for NSA, it was basically 2 months. And then I started going up. I kept making the cut, to the point where I made the cut. 2 of us made the cut with the person I ultimately reported to when I was hired. And I got hired. They accelerated because I already had a clearance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that only took a couple of months. I started in late August. I had a different color badge. I took the oath, and this is critical. I'm now taking the oath as a senior civilian, Defense Intelligence Senior Executive Service. I'm taking the oath for the 5th time in my career to do what? Support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I'm taking an oath, not loyalty, not to a person, not to an agency, not to secrets or secrecy, not to corruption, not to cover up. I'm taking an oath to a piece of paper.
To defend the Constitution.
The thing that defines who you are as a country and makes us Americans, with all the amendments. Mm-hmm. Particularly the first 10. Okay. 5th time, I had done, twice in the Air Force because I had re-upped.
Yep.
Once in the Navy, once at CIA as an officer there, and then now as a senior executive. In fact, all the jobs I had when I was at NSA over a 6.5-year period, my supervisor was always reporting to the top deck, the civilian head, which was the deputy director, who then reported to the director as a military head.
Okay.
So first day I reported to my new duty station as a senior executive was 9/11. And this is where life rapidly shifted in short order a little bit later that morning. And I pause because even to this day, and I feel it right now emotionally, okay? You're probably going to see it in my face, because almost 3,000 people were murdered that day, and they never should have disappeared. They never should have lost their lives. It never should have happened. I literally am haunted the rest of my life with that reality, the what ifs of history. I still wake up sometimes in, sweating over the what ifs of history. I pause again because did I know, even though the system was blinking red since 1998 per George Tenet at the CIA, they knew that Al-Qaeda was up to something. Remember 93 when I was sitting there on the terrorism desk?
Yep.
It's not like we didn't know. It's not, remember, we already had Cole Incident, Kaibar Towers, a bunch of others. But it wasn't a priority. Bush was the new president, wasn't a priority. Counterterrorism was not even on the list. It was on a list, but it wasn't where it mattered. Just wasn't. And I went home, and I remember calling in very early the next morning. Of course, I sat in front of the TV. I just sat there, just absolutely, it was hard to break away.
Everybody went home?
I went home because I was so new.
Right.
They had crisis teams. Remember, there had been crises.
Yeah. Okay.
This clearly was going to be something way different. And remember, there were other planes that they had attempted, or one of them we know, Shanksville, right? Pentagon, right?
Yep.
It would have been way worse if they hadn't hit the part of the Pentagon that had just recently been modernized. And then, of course, the two towers. People don't realize those towers are actually quite susceptible to that type of terrorist attack.
Right.
And it wasn't like there hadn't been attempts. Bohica had been exposed where they're going to hijack airliners. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Remember. But 93 sort of had been forgotten, I guess. Remember what they said. Remember the general, what he said to me personally, right?
Yep.
I was right there when he said it.
Yep.
So I went home because I wasn't part of a crisis team. I called in later, said, yeah, you better come in. And then the next 4 months are a blur, a total blur. It would take hours and hours, if not days, to unwind those next 4 years. But it's critical that I then tell you what I was confronted by. Because what I was confronted by was the very thing that I had taken an oath to support and defend. And yet I was confronted in the secret world with what happens if your own government decides to violate the Constitution willfully as an act of commission, not omission, commission. I mean, I'll even ask this rhetorically to any and all of your listeners, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Subscribers. What if you're confronted? You just, as I was, look the other way? So I'm in 4 months later. I didn't even become feeling normal again. And I was sitting there in a Marriott hotel in New Orleans celebrating Mardi Gras in mid-January with family. So what happened after 9/11? A whole bunch of meetings were taking place. Cheney, who had basically been given the national security portfolio by Bush, just kind of ceded that to him.
Yep.
Plus energy. They went into like deep emergency mode. Right. And there were certain, may have heard of COG, continuity of government.
Yep.
I used to be a part of that in terms of what happens if, right? Special procedure put into place. And there's actually emergency executive orders on the books, right? So they went into a version of that.
Yeah. Can you explain that to people who may not know what it is?
So what happens if, it could be an extreme natural disaster. It could be war, right?
Yep.
Where the president, as the executive, does have where certain emergency powers are allowed to invoke. He can invoke certain and there's basically a standing set of executive orders, basically and some are acts, right, that prescribe what you do. And there's basically facilities where government can reassemble. They
right.
even go through training for that, right? So he's down in the Situation Room, which is underneath the White House.
Cheney
in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, Bush would be there too, but Cheney basically was leading. And of course, they're having these meetings right after 9/11. What else can we do? What else can we do? Are there any other authorities? There's certain executive orders, without getting into the weeds, that allow the government to increase their ability, right, to provide protection for the country. Still has to be within the bounds of the Constitution. You're not allowed, even under emergency circumstances, to basically suspend the Constitution. You're not.
Right.
But there are things where you have some flexibility, okay? Even under FISA, I'm going to introduce FISA, under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, we had annual training to ensure that, because of scandals in the 70s, to ensure that we did not, without a warrant, right? We couldn't just routinely collect, except under special training circumstances.
Sure.
And even then, it was highly controlled.
Right.
You couldn't collect, analyze, etc., because that's sacrosanct. It's the Fourth Amendment, okay?
Right.
Super high bar. But
Right.
you can. And even under FISA, there was provisions to hot pursuit. I mean, you could go after somebody, foreign intelligence, U.S. person, U.S. citizen, resident, basically foreign, but resident, right?
Okay.
Legal resident, right? / visitor, but legal. Could be visa, could be green card, or some equivalent, or there's different visas.
Okay.
Or, interestingly enough, U.S. corporation. That not just stateside, not just boundaries, but also overseas.
Okay.
Which means even when I was in RC-135, we couldn't just start collecting. Now, we did have a emergency support mission. If someone was in distress, ship in distress or in distress, we then could help assist. But that was specifically to help save lives or
Right.
rescue, search and rescue.
Right. Sure.
So FISA had criminal sanctions. You violate it, $10,000 fine, 5 years in prison for every incident in which you violate the Fourth Amendment rights of a U.S. person.
Okay.
Criminal use, the 18, U.S. 18, right? That's the criminal code. I pause because here I was. Shortly after 9/11, I discovered that they were taking the vast power of NSA, extraordinary power in which they essentially had carte blanche to do just about anything when it came to collection.
Mm-hmm.
But now use that vast power, in addition to overseas, use that vast power. Remember, they had failed. Remember, that's why Pearl Harbor, what happened was so critical, because the whole thing, this whole national security establishment was set up after the end of World War II was to preclude another surprise attack.
Yeah.
Here, not only were we, quote, I'll say surprised, we weren't, failed to keep 3,000 people. We did not keep them out of harm's way. That's our fundamental, right? We failed the nation.
Mm-hmm.
The workforce knew it. Management leadership went into denial mode. They just could not accept, right? Workforce, I could tell you just horror stories about what it was doing to the workforce, because this is not supposed to, it's on our watch. We are the watchers. We're the protectors of the nation electronically. We failed. And they're asking what you can imagine. Congress is now asking questions. What the heck happened? Now, I will be the first to acknowledge it was a systemic failure. Okay. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But NSA had a critical part of all this in terms of what they should have known, could have known, and didn't provide and report, even with the mess of their IT and the databases and everything else that I mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm finding out that they're now turning the vast years of NSA in partnership with certain key corporations for access and retrieval on the U.S. U.S. was always blacked out, and allies, right? You didn't just routinely spy on your friends, quote unquote. You didn't. It was
when did this happen?
It was bad form. This is September. Remember September 11th. So in the 2 weeks after 9/11,
Mm-hmm.
I'm finding out the decisions had been made in the deepest of secrecy, super hush hush.
Right.
We're going to essentially suspend the Fourth Amendment. We will bypass FISA. There's special procedures. Even at one point, I was part of the affidavit process. We go up to the secret court, which is housed in the Department of Justice, to provide affidavit to say we need a warrant from the secret judges, which are actually on rotation, appointed by the Chief Justice.
And you bypass the secret judges.
Bypass FISA. They wouldn't even know about it in the early days, the early years. Didn't even know about it. Bypassed it. So, I mean, you talk about what do? I'm saying, wait a minute. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Now my government is suspending that part of the Constitution because under the imprimatur of national security, it's necessary. I began to blow the whistle within September, within channels at NSA. That's where I started. Boss, Office of General Counsel, stopped there, because then I went to Inspector General later.
Okay.
Office of General Counsel. I'm on a phone call with him. This is early October.
How much thought did you put into this before you started to blow the whistle? Before you started
A lot, but it was all super compressed. Because remember, I had a full-time job. I was leading a team, communications. How do you keep people informed as they're coming in round the clock? People are burning out. You can't get people burnt out. You can only sustain crisis mode for so long.
Right.
Usually about a week or two, and then you just start getting fried. People are having heart attacks. People are collapsing. People are sleeping in the cars out in the parking lot.
Jesus Christ.
Because they realize, oh my God, you can imagine people's guilt, the guilt they felt.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they're doubling down, but they're burning themselves out.
Right.
And I was in all the leadership team meetings, right? The ones I weren't in, the only ones I weren't in were the ones that were my supervisor, who was the number 3 person, the signals intelligence director. She would have special meetings with the very top dick, right? I was a much smaller, even smaller. I was part of sort of the 40, but then there was sort of like the 7 or 10.
And by the way, sorry to clarify, who specifically was making the orders to that, or who was specifically telling you or instructing you that now we're going to start bypassing the secret court and the FISA?
Well, this is where I had my moment of truth.
Okay.
True moment of truth. I already was aware that they were shifting equipment, buying equipment from like the HPs of the world to put them on US networks to quote unquote consume and just suck up all kinds of data.
Okay.
Just raw data. No constraints, didn't matter. Okay. Bulk collection is what they called it, but it's really mass surveillance.
Right.
Without getting into deep, but they starting with, phone calls, emails, later expanded very quickly.
How long of a time period are we talking?
Only a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, phone calls, emails.
Right, I already started. Remember, I already had the capacity to do all that.
Already
had all that. Yes, I became directly aware of it. Then I started poking around.
Okay.
I was making trouble already, good trouble. Okay. Okay. Good trouble. Early on. I was already being tagged. I remember I was a new hire and I'm already being tagged. So what do? So I confront the Office of General Counsel. Now, it turns out because this program is so secret, it was in its own compartment. The name of the program was its own compartment, which was inside what they call exceptionally controlled information, ECI, which is way beyond even SCI. But it had its own compartment. Its own compartment was the name of the program. This program name in itself was classified.
You never said it.
Oh, no, I can say it now.
Oh, you can?
But back then, people who said it was way under their breath.
What was it called?
Stellar Wind.
Oh, okay.
We called it, colloquially between us, cosmic fart.
That's amazing.
Okay, so Stellar Wind, interesting name, but there's a whole office that handles program project names.
Very famous
but the name
now.
But the name itself, right? The program name itself, which is extraordinarily rare because the program in itself is used as a cover. This program was so secret. It turns out
more secret than secure what is it, SCI?
Yes.
Compartmented.
Sensitive compartmented information.
Yeah.
Now there's handling caveats, which are basically compartments or can be.
Right.
How do you distribute? Right. There's classified, secret, top secret, standard. But then there's the SCI world and above. Okay.
Got it.
And it just gets hyper, you get super secret. The more there's Q level, what we call Q level clearance, which was for like nuclear stuff.
Okay.
My mom is a secretary at Barksdale, where she met my dad because he was, in Strategic Air Command back in the mid-50s. Had a Q clearance because she was the secretary for one of the senior officers.
Holy shit.
Because she's looking at stuff that's quite sensitive, right?
Yes,
even though she was an administrative assistant, right?
Right. Okay, I got it. Wow.
So,
just a couple of weeks before they start sucking up phone calls and emails from from everybody.
They thought, they didn't know if there was another attack. I understand why they did what they did. I understand. I get that. And I remember under a short term, you're allowed to go after threats without a warrant, but you still have to go seek it shortly thereafter. It's all prescribed in FISA. But they just they said, we don't have time for that. Forget it. Don't have time for it. Just bypass it.
Right.
They just wanted the data. Now, why? I'm now, it's like, I'm incredibly alarmed at the developments within just a couple of weeks.
Okay.
First week in October, turns out it's also, I didn't know it at the time, was officially when the president's surveillance program went into effect. It's called the PSP under Bush.
PSP.
PSP, President's Surveillance Program.
Okay.
Umbrella program, authorized by the president. The primary umbrella program at NSA, which became the executive agent, right, for the program was Stellar Wind. That was the umbrella program itself, encompassing a number of other sub-programs.
Got it.
There was one counsel that I'm aware of, I mean, based on my understanding even to this day, there was one particular lawyer in the Office of General Counsel. He was actually interviewed once as part of a larger NPR Frontline report. Actually, I was interviewed for that. Myself, Diane Rourke, Bill Binney, Kirk Wiebe, Ed Loomis. I'm on the phone. I said, what are we doing? We're violating the Fourth Amendment. FISA is and there was a whole set of internal NSA. Nothing is done without, you have to have authorities, right? And it goes all the way down to just like individual procedures, standing procedures. NSA had and been refined over the years based on the FISA. FISA had been updated 5 times to keep up with the times since 1978.
Wow.
Most people don't realize that. So they had special procedures for handling FISA because you're quote unquote spying on a U.S. person with sometimes without a warrant initially, but the normal procedure was you have to get the warrant right up front. So I said, what are we doing? He says, exigent conditions apply. Direct quote, exigent conditions apply. We just need the data. Don't ask any more questions, Mr. Drake. I say, wait a minute.
This is the attorney.
The attorney inside the Office of General Counsel who happened to be read into the program.
Oh, thank you, Steve, for defining it for my 3rd grade education. Situations that allow law enforcement to conduct warrantless searches and seizures under certain urgent conditions. Okay. Exigent circumstances apply. We have to go outside the Constitution here.
Yes. Right there. Oh, yeah. Now, hot pursuit, that is allowed. Hot pursuit was allowed under FISA for a short period of time.
Oh, okay.
It was. It wasn't like, exigent, but there was a legal standard built into FISA, Fourth Amendment compliant, but you could temporarily, because sort of the immediacy of it, you could actually go after, surveil a U.S. person. What if they were intending harm? What if it was that immediate? But remember, okay? Sure. That's one reason it was there. That was actually in the FISA. All that was bypassed. Okay, I mean bypass meaning it was going to be a permanent, warrantless, basically a general warrant, which is actually unconstitutional. Now, some would say, people even then said, Tom, you don't understand. You didn't make the decision. Shut up. Be quiet. Things will take care of themselves. This is a crisis. Sometimes, we have to do things differently. I kept talking. So back to the conversation with this attorney. I said, well, then why don't we go to Congress? Congress legislates. One of the things that's happening now, you see this in Trump 2.0, where even Congress, you get into this whole thing about can executive override or can they I guess that's another conversation. Legislates. If the law of the land and FISA, which applies in this case, is no longer sufficient. Remember, they passed the Patriot Act a couple months later, actually late October. Right. Basically, which another component in all this, to begin
literally the next month, right?
To begin legalizing what was okay, to begin legalizing, they did through acts, which is ex post facto, which in itself, ex post facto law, which in itself, that's unconstitutional. You can't pass a law to, in essence, legalize what you were doing or conducting, if even executive action, that was unlawful or unconstitutional, particularly if it's unconstitutional.
Right.
But remember, FISA ultimately falls under the Fourth Amendment. Okay. It is a statute in law,
right,
with criminal sanctions if you violate it. Didn't matter anymore. All this didn't matter. I was told it's a quaint document. It's another conversation. You know, dustbins of history. We live in different times now, Mr. Drake.
Okay.
Different times. We're just going to be different. We're just going to take the thing that makes us American, the very thing that defines the foundational law of the land. Go to Congress. I'm talking to the attorney. Go to Congress. Change the law. He says, with what we want to do, they would say no. In that moment, right as he said it, hair standing up on the back of my neck. Because I realized in that moment of truth, it didn't matter what law was. It didn't matter. We're not going to even bother. If they were so worried that if they went to Congress, the Congress say no, because they wanted to get away with this. They wanted to do this anyways. Didn't matter. Like, law doesn't matter in this regard, which is to me central to even why we have the United States of America. I could argue that the First and Fourth Amendment, because of all the abuses of the colonists, colonial America, because of the severe abuses that rose to such a crescendo and got to such a fever pitch that we ended up having a violent American Revolution to cast off King George III and all of his officers that would literally show up at people's homes with a piece of paper and say, I can take your effects, your papers, and even you with just the piece of paper, a general warrant. That's why we have a Fourth Amendment, which Louis Brandeis later, one of my all-time favorite Supreme Court justices, said, it's a right to privacy. Wrote his phenomenal paper on it. What defines us as American, right? This is free speech. You get in, remember, okay, First Amendment. Those are two things. That's really the basis for what it means to be American. He's saying, I said, wow, we're going to suspend all that too permanently. Like, it's like permanent now. This is not even temporary. We're not even going to go back. We're not even going to like even what's the phrase? Show even face value. We're not even going to pretend. We're not even going to pretend. But we're doing all this in secret because you can protect.
Did you talk to anyone else, any of your colleagues that felt the same way you did, that expressed your sense? Yeah.
Thin thread people in particular.
Thin thread people, right.
Here's why. Again, without getting all the details, Thin Thread had already solved the big data problem, also protect the privacy of U.S. persons. It could go through vast amounts of data, leave all the ocean where it was, leave the sand on the beach, don't touch it, just see what changes. It protected U.S. persons. It encrypted. It also provided basically 2 levels of suspicion, didn't go any further, right? But they decided they would not allow Thin Thread to be employed even after 9/11. I begged them. We have the program. Nope, we're not gonna. Didn't matter. There were solutions, not just Thin Thread, that were never put into the fight after 9/11. Wouldn't you think because of the failure, you'd want to put the best you had, even if you hadn't used it before?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think you would want to put the best you had in the fight? You got to protect more people from getting placed into harm's way.
What do you think the ultimate motive is for this way of going about it?
Just why?
Yeah.
Because they were so, this is the psychology.
Is it just incompetence of this whole bureaucracy?
We need to make, that's part of it, but we need to make, he would say, Hayden, the general, we just need to make Americans feel safe again. That's not in the Constitution to make Americans feel safe. And it's not like we're pansies and we have to be afraid. But it was actually, you have to do the reverse psychology thing. It was, they knew they had failed. They had to project it. Their way was, oh my God, even he's argued, if we had all this technology prior to 9/11, 9/11 probably wouldn't have happened. They actually had the technology prior to 9/11. Right. He's in denial about what NSA.
And not only did they have the technology, they had the intel.
Yes, had that too. Oh, I hadn't gotten to that story, which is the punchline for me when it comes to Thin Thread.
Right.
What do you do? This is a moment of truth for me. I was already incredibly alarmed. I'm already gone to the most senior people at that time. I've already gone to the Office of General Counsel. I've already confronted the director of the signals intelligence. In that moment, is I got off the phone with that attorney. I said, I cannot remain silent. If I remain silent, I am complicit in the subversion of the Constitution. I took an oath, support, and defend for basically my entire military career, government career.
Right.
I'm not going to let the government violate the Constitution. You can have both. This thing about it's black or white, liberty or security. You actually can have both at the same time and compromise neither. There's that famous Benjamin Franklin quote.
Right. Security for
For
freedom.
those who, yes, you can still have both. They aired, and even Hayden himself admitted, we drew that line. He always used sports.
What was it? What is the exact? He's like, when you trade your freedoms for securities, you have
A little bit. Those who seek a little will lose both. Basically, lose both.
Right.
Yeah, a little liberty for security will lose both. There's a larger quote around that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In that moment, I knew I could remain silent, but I knew by not remaining silent, I would put myself at extraordinary risk. I'm a senior executive. I had taken the oath.
Sure, yeah.
I have a fundamental responsibility.
But you decided to go about doing it
All through channels.
through the correct
Yes.
legal way it should be
Yes.
done.
So I'm going to accelerate this because then how was I punished, right? And this is where life literally was turned upside down for me. Because even then I was being tagged as a troublemaker, okay? So I decided to blow the whistle. I went to the Inspector General. I then went secretly, which was allowed under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act, an actual act of Congress.
Right.
I could go, at the time, they modified it later. I could go directly to the intelligence committees oversight, both HIPSI and CISI. I'm just, without expanding it, but it's the secret. I could go to them to share my concerns in private. Now, there's a risk that I could be exposed. It turns out every channel that I went to, all the official channels were exposure channels. So I'm disclosing, but I'm being exposed at the same time. You could argue in part the intelligence communities were already co-opted, owned by the intelligence community in large part. Right, they're beholden. Remember, it's secret, right?
Yeah.
You go to a secret chamber, even in the Capitol, right?
So you went to these proper secret channels.
Then I was subpoenaed, equivalent of being subpoenaed, prima facie testimony, evidence, material evidence and testimony to 2 9/11 congressional investigations. One was Saxby Chambliss. They had been a recently formed Homeland Security, provide all kinds of information to them, which was basically the precursor to the joint 9/11 joint inquiry. Both of the committees.
Okay. Wow.
All of that was suppressed. No one to this day can find my testimony or the highly classified information I gave them.
Really?
And I didn't keep it at home. And I didn't secret it away.
Right.
I didn't hide it somewhere in a basket or in a pumpkin.
Right.
So I can laugh about it now. Okay. But so that's spring, fall, or summer. I was not part. People think I was interviewed by the 9/11 Commission. I know why I wasn't, because they didn't want me on the record. But no one can find. In fact, I was told later that what I provided the joint 9/11 inquiry was so classified it couldn't be in the classified report. What does that tell you? They covered up. They helped cover up for NSA. NSA had a lot of egg on its face. Now it's,
and some of the stuff that you said, you still can't even say today.
Not the classified stuff,
right? Not the classified stuff, right?
But they were at the heart of the failure. There gets into great detail because this is what happened. So I was able. I couldn't put any of these programs, or the ones I was telling you about, including ThinThread and a bunch of others, weren't allowed to go operational because they were continuing to spend. They were, in fact, oh no, I was sitting in a meeting and my supervisor, the director of the Signals Intelligence Directorate, says. 9/11 is a gift to NSA. We're going to get all the money we want and then some. And that's certainly what happened. Congress just opened it up. They opened up the coffers and just started pumping even more billions.
Who said 9/11 was a gift to NSA?
My supervisor, the
supervisor.
Signals Intelligence Director. It was just it's now this haunting quote sitting right next to her where she says 9/11 is a gift to NSA. I was in a meeting. People were we were going around together because as part of I led the communications part of my leadership and communications team. We're going around to the workforce because they needed to be held. People are just really taking this hard. I encouraged her to go around, not just to console, but to be seen and explain, what are we going to do? And she's sitting in this meeting, this one particular meeting saying, I'm just sitting there with my where she says 9/11 is a gift to NSA, or get all the money I want and then some.
Christ, man.
Because they're always, we never got enough money. If we just had enough money, we could, no, it's not about the money. And you'd already solved the core challenge problems already. So I then was part of the thing about this is the Department of Defense Inspector General. My other colleagues, I was anonymous because I was still working. They were all retired, including Diane Rourke, who was the staffer on the House Permanent Select Committee. She had the primary NSA account, Republican primary NSA account. I had made secret connections with her to give her a heads up on what the heck was going on at NSA early on, okay, after 9/11.
Okay.
But remember, then I was in with formal, right, with investigators. In fact, under 9/11, they were so hyper about. See, NSA wanted to put childminders along with me. They wanted to know exactly what I was going to share. The investigators, to their credit, said no. But I was spirited down to basically a secret. It was a nondescript government building where I was then interviewed in this building. I wasn't interviewed like at NSA or for the joint inquiry.
Right.
Because that's what was happening. All this pushback. Because it was exposing a lot of embarrassing details about how the entire intelligence community had failed to prevent. And all Congress said, how do we stop this again? How do we prevent another 9/11? That was a big deal. How do we prevent another 9/11? So I was part of this DOD Inspector General investigation. Went on for a while. I was the primary source. Thousands of pages, corruption, the fraud, the billions in waste, the thin thread versus Trailblazer, thin thread versus Stellar Wind, which was obviously super classified. At that time, and it had been for several years, as it turns out, right? That went on for a while. I was flagged and tagged left and right. All kinds of retaliation, reprisals started occurring. I started getting shifted. That's how I ended up at the National Defense University, out of sight, out of mind. We accelerate to November of 2005. I make a fateful decision. And by the way, as a side note right now, this is about the furthest and longest I've ever publicly said how all this transpired. There's a lot more behind what I said in terms of details and fascinating human dynamics, right? But I've never really gone this far, right? Because most interviews don't last very long.
Right, right.
So here it is, November 2005. I decided I had one last chance to make my case to the new director of NSA, Keith Alexander, who actually was much more technologically savvy. He did not take kindly to my blowing the whistle. I sent him a letter. Caused quite a stir. But the last thing, Trailblazer, they had decided Trailblazer, it got canceled in 2006.
Okay.
But he was convinced that he could do it better. And then there was a follow-on program called Turbulence, all these T programs. Yeah, T programs. See, this is the kicker for me. I'm just on a kind of a weird masculine level.
Yeah.
We had the T at NSA. The T in NSA had already been fully demonstrated, okay? But low T is what they focused on.
Right.
As much as they projected high T, I have never said this before, it was low T for sure. Look, if you take on and you solve the problem, that has its own reward. It's not about spending money. You want to make sure you create and deploy systems that actually provide for the common defense.
Yep.
So he didn't like it. Shortly thereafter, middle of December, this above the fold, old school print newspaper, New York Times, Eric Lichtblau, James Risen, publishes for the first time a exposure of this warrantless wiretapping program that had been in existence just after 9/11. Now, there was a huge scramble in the entire intelligence community, but particularly the NSA. They went apoplectic. Bush, there's public statements. You go on the internet, you'll see public statements from Cheney and Bush and a bunch of others about, oh my gosh, they just blew. It was one of the most secret programs.
Yeah.
Is one of the most secret programs in history in modern America.
What year did this come out?
This was December 2005. Still out there.
Okay.
The article itself.
And
there was updates to it.
When did Snowden blow the whistle? Or
2013.
2013. Oh, that was
way
later. Wow.
Okay. Remember, I've been following all the developments internally. The program was rapidly metastasizing, even before it got out in public. Remember, I'm going through channels. I'm spending lots of time in front of investigators, sharing with them what I know.
Right.
At great risk.
Yes.
Extraordinarily risk. I was already. So, the article comes out. 2 weeks later, a massive national security leak investigation is launched by the DOJ. I knew, even when the article came out a couple weeks earlier, in December 2005, that I would be immediately targeted.
Right.
Because so few people do. In fact, this program was so secret that the only authorizing document was a memo, that was stored in David Addington's safe, chief of staff / attorney for Cheney, in his office safe.
Wow.
Even NSA sent their own attorneys down to get the authorization because they were so worried they wouldn't have cover. You always look at what's the cover. You want a lawful order. You get into lawful orders. I know that from the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Right.
You only have to follow lawful orders. Nuremberg trials principle.
Yep.
Which was their excuse. We're just following orders. No, lawful orders. It wasn't lawful to break the Constitution. And there's lawful means to update the Constitution. Mm-hmm. But national security just had this huge carve out, right? This huge exemption. Remember, exigent conditions, but now it's like permanent.
Right.
We're now in 2005. So accelerate forward. I knew that I became a target, a person of interest and a target as of spring 2006. Back up just a couple of months. I wrestled with this for quite a while after my last email with the director of NSA. There was one last route I could go, but it wasn't authorized. I grew up in an era when I became intimately familiar, until I met him later, but intimately familiar in terms of the history, Daniel Ellsberg. Pentagon Papers.
Pentagon Papers, yeah.
Yes. He went through channels. No one would listen to him in terms of the bright and shining light of Vietnam, a whole nother story. He was part of the study that showed it was, but it was buried, it was classified. Not all of them, there was stuff in there that was quite secret that he didn't release to the press. He ultimately went to the press, unauthorized, ended up facing 115 years because of government malpractice. The judge threw the case out. Mm-hmm. I was there wrapped, I'm a young teenager, right?
Danny Sheehan. Big part of that.
So I had one last route. I could touch the third rail, go to the press. And NSA, if you go to the press without authorization, and I knew what it was like if you have to have something published. I had something published based on my work I did on Jackpot in IEEE Computer Magazine in 1996 when I was doing all my really highly technical stuff. Mm-hmm. I had to go through the whole with a classification review officer just to make sure it was good.
Yep.
It took months.
Right.
Here, I'm going to go to the press without any authorization. But at that time, it only violated administrative policy. It didn't violate the Constitution. It was not a crime. It wasn't criminal to go to the press. However, I knew if I did, I could end up just like Ellsberg. I already knew that. Some people thought I was stupid and naive and didn't know that. That's not true at all. I knew exactly what the risks were. Mm-hmm. I knew not only could I lose my job, probably would, but worse, I could be charged on the Espionage Act. I knew that. Mm-hmm. So how do you go to the press where and this is, I wouldn't get into all this. Part of it is still technically classified.
Yeah. Wasn't the NSA spying on the press?
Yes. They had a special program as part of this larger It's called First Fruits.
First fruits.
Where they were monitoring certain media outlets and even individual reporters and journalists because they were so scared that something would come out, not just about the secret surveillance program, but the torture program.
Right.
Torture program came out way before this one did. Okay. Abu Ghraib.
Yep.
Yeah. Cy Hirsch. Right.
Right.
My Lai, that's where he became famous as a journalist. So I had that choice, and I won't go all the details, but I had one chance to make contact with a reporter, which worked, and ended up anonymously communicating with the reporter for about a year before I knew that I would ultimately have to go face to face. And so I actually, through 2007, I was having infrequent, aperiodic face-to-face meetings with this reporter at even greater risk. Because as things progressed, I was under extraordinary electronic surveillance. I knew they'd eventually catch up with me. I knew that I might find myself being, pulled out of my house or having my house raided or my office down at the National Defense University. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, let me ask you this. What was it like when you realized, or was there like a specific point when you realized that the NSA had turned all of the surveillance onto you?
This is my technical background. I knew that they would start monitoring me electronically because they could.
Via your...
Their own means. I could see, I set up logs. I could see where they were attempting to break into my system. I had a network at home. Remember, I've been long into this.
Okay.
I was, back in the early days, pre-internet,
Yes.
BBSs.
So
Waze, Gopher. I was, before internet was internet in terms of the public eye. Back in the 80s.
You had stuff in place monitoring
Yes.
this. You were prepared for
Weird things like the Verizon DSL box would get reset. I call them up and they say, you have to pass. It's like, wait a minute. Yeah, they were remotely resetting it, but I had multiple firewalls, both hardware and software.
Wow.
I don't ever believe, although it's possible, I never saw that they actually got into my computers.
Oh, really?
No, that's right. I don't have any... in some ways, I take some pride in that. I knew what they had, what their capabilities were. But the problem was there's what's called zero-day exploits. There was always possible, right? So I had to assume I was compromised anyways. But see, people say, well, gee, if you know that, why didn't you get rid of everything? I had nothing to hide to use that, which I don't like that phrase because that comes from Joseph Goebbels, right? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about. So who cares what we know about you?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's not the point. I used to do exercises on privacy and people get to the point, oh yeah, no, that's me. Why is it you? No, because I don't want them to know it. Why? Because that's me. Oh, so there is some ownership here in terms of your own privacy. Right? Privacy is essential to even living.
Yes, 100%.
As much as people want to dump stuff out there, right? It's amazing what people put out there, right? But there is something about who we are, the essence of, but that's a different conversation.
Yes.
So I'm getting, then they start physically surveilling me. It was covert. This is where John Kiriakou knows that really, really well, better than I do. But it was clear that and then it started to be overt. They wanted to make clear that we're on to you. Like they were now
they want you to know that they're following you.
Wanted me to know. I was getting stopped quite frequently. They would have random searches. My searches weren't random at all. Coming to the gate, right? They had already alert based on the tags, the car description.
It's intimidation.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Huge.
Yeah.
So that went on until my colleagues, NSA, all retired, and then Diane Rourke were raided all on the same day in July of 2007. I knew that I was now the primary target and probably had been for a while. I was still at NSA. They probably had suspicion that I was in contact with a reporter. Although later they actually thought I was really in contact. They actually thought that was a cover, a cutout. There was like a cover, and that I was at like a convenient hangout, as they call it, right? Just a
limited hangout.
A limited hangout with her, but I had really been in contact for a longer period of time with the New York Times. Really? They later made up a whole chronology but it turned out I wasn't. Right? I never had any contact with the New York Times.
That's crazy.
So I knew in July that I was now the target.
Yeah.
And it was clear based on the last couple of meetings with the reporter, Siobhan Gorman, who at the time was working for the Baltimore Sun, later went to the Wall Street Journal. Now she's more in private. In consulting practice, has been for quite a while. I knew that there were agents in the room, including, by the way, I found out later that they were actually using a significant number of agents from the Mole Hunter unit at FBI. Those are the ones that are trained to go after spies.
Like legitimate spies, foreign spies.
But that's how I was being treated worse than a spy. That's clear. I was now the threat. I was the leaker. I found out later that Cheney had issued a fine and fry the leaker. He just said, fine and fry them. I don't care. Just make sure it's someone, apparently, it has to be senior enough. But burn them. Make an object lesson of them. That's how I interpreted it.
Right.
So late November, I'm getting ready to go to work. I had two vehicles at the time. I had my hybrid, which is a Prius, and then I had a Toyota RAV4 EV. It was all electric. Limited. It was a limited run. I'm getting ready in the other bedroom, right, to get in my car, go down to the metro, and go down. And then there was a bus that would shuttle me over from the Coast Guard headquarters take me to one of the metro stations, drop me off by bus, a government bus in front of, and then I walked to my office where I was teaching and had been for a couple of years. It was actually during that time is when I met. We'll probably want to take a break here shortly, but that's when I met Elon Musk.
Oh,
during the time I was at the National Defense University, where I was teaching in the Industrial College of the Armed Forces.
okay.
And I was a co-lead on their space industries team. That's how I ended up going to SpaceX with some students.
Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of different. We went to Cape Kennedy. We went out to We went out to Cheyenne Mountain. Went inside the Cheyenne Mountain. Right. We went to a number of different sites. Right. So I'm getting ready for work. I look out the window and I see a bunch of agents streaming across the front yard and a bunch of cars pulling up as they're piling out.
Oh, no.
And that's where, the moment is another one of those moments because, this is years later, right? But that article had come out, right, almost 2 years ago, right? This is talking. And so, remember, they've had this multi-million-dollar national leak investigation going on as to who were the sources for the New York Times in particular. I got caught up in that for all the reasons I gave earlier because so few people knew about the program. Even though they argued later, it's just some disagreement between two programs, Synthread, Trailblazer, while that was like the limited cutout as to why they came after me, when in fact it wasn't that at all. It was the fact that Stellar Wind had been revealed, even though I had not provided any classified information about the program to anybody outside of channels.
Right.
Not even the reporter.
Right.
So you can imagine knocking on the door. They said, they told me later, if you hadn't opened it, they knocked twice. They had a battering ram with them. No kidding that they would have used the battering ram to punch through the door. And then you can file a claim later for damages.
Your son answered
the door because it's upstairs. I said, Zachary, go answer the door. He's had the presence of mind. He says,
and you didn't say.
Oh, I knew.
You didn't tell him.
I hadn't told anybody. Man, I kept this a secret from my own family.
No, you didn't tell him the FBI's at the door.
No, of course not.
How old was he?
He was okay. 95. He would have been 12. Middle school. So normally my spouse would take him to the middle school, right, in the local town, and then I would pick him up, right, after school. So, yeah, bunch of agents come in. They start sweeping the house. I had a choice. They read me my Miranda rights. I didn't have to cooperate. Obviously, I could have said, you're going to have to deal with my attorney. I didn't have an attorney at that time, right? At that moment, I didn't have an attorney. So I said, this is one final time to blow the whistle. I named president, the vice president, senior people, including Hayden, about what had gone down over the last 6+ years. No, we're not here for that. We understand you violated, certain laws, and so we're here to collect evidence. And we can interview you, or you don't have to. I didn't have to be interviewed. Obviously, I had Miranda rights. I could have remained silent. I said, no, it was sort of an interview, it was interrogation. That was one of 3, by the way. They took notes. I knew anything I said would be
Right, of course.
used against me. It was. That was an interesting experience all by itself. I remember at one point, there was an anecdote where one of the techs is coming up from a basement. I was really into computers, a lot of retro stuff going way back into the 70s. This was a highly modified, my first computer that I owned was an Atari 800 home computer. That's where I learned everything. That's where I learned computing, programming, networking, dial up, right, all that, right? And it was a highly modified, basically it was a closed circuit version modified in a box. I looked down at him and said, the last time they modified that operating system, it's a 10K, was back in the late 70s. You really think you need that? And he stopped at the top of the stairs going into the basement in my office, and he looked down, looked up at me, says, nah, we don't need it. He went back and put it back on the shelf. But they took a bunch of Amiga stuff. I was also into Amiga, right? That was kind of follow-on to the Atari 8-bit in terms of the technology. Went through all of my library. I mean, they just ransacked the house. That's all. Meanwhile, they're ransacking my office and my car, looking for evidence. I knew in that moment that I was behind several 8 balls, and I knew that I would probably get charged. I knew that. I interviewed twice more. The last interview was in April of 2008. I was placed on administrative leave in November 2007. The last interview was in April. It was a setup. They brought in the chief prosecutor. It's the first time I met the chief prosecutor at the time. It was a different one later. But the chief prosecutor said, we have more than enough evidence, just short. He confronted me. He said, we have in a windowless room in an FBI facility outside of DC. Right? It was the windowless room right behind where the mole hunters were. No kidding. He said, we have more than enough evidence to put you away for a long, long time. You better start talking now. Because he said, how would you like to spend the rest of your life in prison? And you can imagine, I'm sitting there. We might be able to, 25 years, 20 years, no guarantees. That's better than life in prison. In 2008, I had just turned. I hadn't quite turned yet. I was 52, right? I knew I could no longer continue having any. Said, nope. You're going to have to deal with an attorney from now on.
Yeah.
They were moving to revoke my clearance because I was a senior executive. It was either you could have a set of your peers or the director himself.
Right.
Okay. I said, I'm just going to resign. I resigned. Got an attorney, criminal defense attorney. They tried to get me to plead out multiple times between April of 2008, the first time, confronted by the chief prosecutor, and April of 2010. Now we're in a new administration. I wasn't indicted. Obama. Bush, it's important to note, even though it began under Bush, I was not indicted under Bush. They had a draft indictment. I have a copy of that. But I was not indicted under Bush. I was indicted under Obama.
Wow, the irony.
Huge irony. And the reason Bush even made sort of passing reference to it in his memoir, right? Biography, his autobiography, where he says, he just, why go after? Because it's like, for him, it wasn't like, I think even he had problems with Cheney later. They kind of went their ways a little bit after the second administration.
Yeah.
There's a passage in his book that makes sort of indirect reference to, because I think you realize he had actually, without even admitting it fully, that he had gone over the line, right? Because he had listened to Cheney. I'm working at Apple now. I mean, I had no job. I couldn't get any work. That's a whole story in itself. I couldn't get work. I was persona non grata. I was hot potato. There's literally persona non grata.
Yep.
No one hired me. I formed my own company, a small LLC. No one would touch me. And when they would find, even though my security clearance didn't show anything was negative, they said, you're under national security investigation. We would take. I understand. So here it is, April 2010. I'm sitting at lunch. I'm working at Apple in Bethesda, Maryland, one of the stores, where I worked for 13 years. Quite a jump, quite a distance going from senior executive to wage grade specialist in a retail store. Okay. I'm sitting there. I get a call from my attorney. My attorney says, where are you? And remember, I had this attorney now for 2 years. Mm-hmm. He said, I'm at lunch. He said, did you know you were just indicted? Now, there had been it was Kafkaesque. Again, we'll go into the detail where he, myself, and the prosecution team with NSA personnel were there in that same windowless room again. It was clear that they were moving to indict me. And it was basically, you're on notice, right? We're on notice as to why we're doing this. And they actually, in essence, had the outline of the indictment.
Wow.
So I got indicted. I was not pulled off the street. I ended up it was an arraignment. I pled not guilty to all 10 charges, 5 under the Espionage Act, 1 for obstruction of justice, 4 for making false statements to FBI agents during the interviews, which themselves were actually true.
Well, when your lawyer called you, didn't he also tell you that they approached your wife?
Yes.
How did that go?
Not very, she still works there.
And what exactly did he say?
Oh, they had one of their security officers inform her that her husband had been indicted and was facing 35 years in prison.
And then what?
Yeah, and I don't even cost the family. I mean, this is where so, and then what? Well, my criminal defense, I had spent umpteen money. Remember, there's a whole lot of history I just bypassed because
John told, when Kiriakou was in here, he was saying that they gave her an ultimatum.
They later interrogated her. So but then they interrogated her and they tried to get her. There's this thing called basically sort of the pillow privilege where you have spouse.
Yes, right.
I never told her anything. She had nothing to share because I had never told her anything anyways. But they were threatening to take away her clearance. Remember? It's like. And
she worked. She had worked at NSA and still does to this day.
She's worked at NSA her entire life.
Wow.
Or related contracts. She's been a contractor, although she was for a short time, she actually worked summer hire, intern, then hire.
And she had not been aware of this whole investigation.
I never told her. Of course, I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't want to expose them. I had to protect them too.
That's so
crazy. I'm protecting the nation, but then I have to protect the Constitution against my own government, and I got to protect my family at the same time.
All these years, you're going through all this shit, and you didn't say a word to your wife.
No word. Well, I had learned how to be silent.
Right. No,
remember.
I know. It's just like
I could keep secrets.
Yeah.
Is there an irony there in there?
I just can't imagine how fucking hard that must have been.
Oh. I'm unwinding it now. I'll share something off the record with you, maybe during the break, but because I don't really want. There's certain things I don't advertise still to this day.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick break right now. I got to pee anyways, and we'll come back. All right, where were we? We just talked about how you got news from your lawyer.
Yes. That
you were indicted, and one of the special agents, I guess, contacted your wife and let them know you were indicted. And
I'm now facing a very dark future.
Right.
Because the indictment included 5 counts under the Espionage Act. It's the same Espionage Act that was used against
John?
Well, yes.
Okay.
It was the same. At this time, I was only the second American, in this case, a whistleblower who had been charged. Ellsberg was the first
Ellsberg was the first for
non-spy activities.
And for context, can you explain for people who aren't familiar with him? He was involved in the Pentagon Papers leak.
He was a senior. He was a senior. It's very similar in terms of his position in government, and he was part of the study, but then exposed the Pentagon Papers to the press, caused a huge stir. It was no doubt partially responsible for the demise of the Nixon administration. Yeah, and he ended up facing 115 years in prison, and went to trial, and the trial went on for a couple of years until they broke into his psychiatrist's office looking for dirt, and the judge threw the case out because of malpractice.
Oh, so
misconduct on the part of the prosecution.
So did that count as some sort of precedent?
Yeah,
in the court, or did that always screw it up?
Yeah, the Supreme Court left room open to go after a source with the same charge.
Got it.
There was more protections. This gets into a whole, press reporting, right?
Right.
Is the press liable or is it the source? Now that's changed, especially under Obama, where it was clear they were also saying, "Hey, press, you could be next." And then in terms of Sterling, he's another one charged on the Espionage Act. Jeffrey Sterling, another CIA employee.
Not familiar with that one.
Ended up in prison. They tried to get James Risen, right? This is the same one who was the co-author of the December 2005 article. Wrote this article about Operation Merlin. Interesting, and they thought that Jeffrey Sterling was the source, and they end up trying to get him to testify against his own source, alleged source, several times until they dropped it. Remember, all under Obama.
Oh wow!
There's
Operation
an
Merlin, involving providing flawed nuclear weapon design information to Iran.
Yeah, it backfired.
The leak aimed to expose the CIA's missteps and potential dangers to national security.
They're sharing actual nuclear technology, okay, even though it was quote unquote flawed,
right,
as a way to get inside their program.
Like a Trojan horse type thing?
Yeah, kind of like that, but this is the sort of the arrogance of, I'd say the arrogance is that we'll be able to get away with it. It backfires.
So like if we give you technology, we'll now understand the technology.
Slip it in, that's right. And they'll think it's real and they'll take advantage of it because they have cutouts, right? Just cutouts.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of the operational limited hangout. I mean, limited hangout can be used, but in this case, it was actually an operational cutout.
Wow.
Not a limited hangout. It was a cutout. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of programs like that.
That's so crazy.
Think about Switzerland, which is supposed to be a super secure system. Look that one up. That's a good one.
Which one was that?
So this one has to do with certain types of encryption. These are devices that protect like the secrets of Switzerland. U.S. had already managed to compromise that too. It's fascinating. I mean, the spy. I mean, you get into the combo of the technology of James Bond you see in movies and John Le Carre, which is a pen name, and just all the games people play, right? All the games. Spy versus Spy. Actually, a game I used to play on my Atari 8-bit.
Oh, wow.
Spy versus Spy. There was a whole comic book series on Spy versus Spy, and it's hilarious. Sort of like Tom and Jerry or Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, right? It's just funny. It's funny, but it's real. It's real stuff, and it has consequences, right? People don't realize the extent. I mean, the games, the cutouts, the distractions, the misinformation, the propaganda. In my world, when I was in, there's ways you can what's called meakening, right? Meakening is a way to fake out somebody. This is electronically. They think it's a real signal, like a nav signal, but it's actually fake.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and obviously you can cause disruptions and. I wouldn't even get it. There's classified means by which I used to engage, right? Certain types of signals. Get inside the decision loop, literally, or the command stream.
Oh, wow.
Fascinating stuff. But, you got to keep it all under wraps for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
It was similar to what happened. We actually had Osama bin Laden's cell phone. There's a different system that's used. So you have a couple of different protocols in terms of cell phone technology, the communications protocols. There's an international, I say international. I mean, there's, I have Verizon, AT&T. Verizon kind of uses, it's a CDMS, without getting all the different types of waves inside the cell phone frequency band.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was using a cell phone that would access a satellite, no satellite comms out over the Indian Ocean. Well, some intrepid reporter exposed the fact that we had a cell phone number, and of course, which I would consider to be a secret that at least was worth keeping for a while.
Yep, I would think
That's
so.
one of those. And of course, he stopped using it, and he went to a courier system, which was way more secure. Way more. How do you get it? So and then the CIA's playing games trying to get inside the courier network.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot
of weird shit about bin Laden. There's the stories of Billy Waugh, who was tracking him, taking photos of him. I'm not familiar with Billy Waugh. He was in Vietnam, and then I
am not.
Really, really old. He got really, really old, and he kept going to CIA headquarters and say, "Send me back over there. Send me back over there." He was like 80 years old in the Middle East, and he was like spying on bin Laden, taking photos of him and stuff. He was like right across the street from him many times. Tried to ask them like, "Can I take him out? Can I take him out?" They would never let him engage in Billy Waugh for probably legal reasons, or in Osama bin Laden. And he was like, the crazy stories, how he was jogging right by his compound every day. Like he was like watching him pull up in his Mercedes, walking into the mosque every day. And Billy Waugh was fully dressed up as like an African-American going for a jog. Crazy shit. Like one day he says, there was one story where he said Osama's dog, one of his guard dogs was like chasing him down the road.
The kicker was he was right outside a military academy in Abbottabad.
Right.
Just crazy. I mean, John, we probably get a lot more insight on that. It's just, and it was under Obama that we ultimately took him out.
Right.
We had him though at Tora Bora. That's the kicker. But see, the decision was made, Iraq, we got to go into Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Nothing.
Have you ever heard the story about how he had, Stephen, we pulled this up before, but bin Laden had some sort of like pancreas disease or kidney problem, and he was flown to a hospital in Saudi Arabia and escorted by CIA agents into a hospital?
That I hadn't heard.
Can you find that, Steve?
Jeez, that one I hadn't heard. I knew I had heard about the pancreas and being kind of spirited out, right, for treatment, but I hadn't heard about that one. Jeez, it wouldn't surprise me. But
Find the article.
Wow. Yeah, that's another dynamic of 9/11 that was kept. There was the pages that were kept out of the report, the missing pages.
Oh, yeah. What was the story with that?
Because of the links to the Saudi government protecting. Now, this gets into the details that we wouldn't have time to go into.
Right.
But this is where, what was missed with the hijackers. But there were a couple of them were living in California.
Yeah, California.
Being supported. Right. And where was that support coming from? Well, follow the money. There was this whole thing. We had a whole thing, NSA, follow the money.
And there was a Saudi intelligence guy who I think set up a safe house for them in California.
Yeah. And what I skipped over the part where I was able to take thin thread, point it to the main databases. This is right after, 9/11. I was given a couple of $1 million based on all I had, my background, everything I learned in terms of agile development. So you develop, you iterate, okay, and then you go back. So you code a little, test a little, code a little, test a little, deploy, code a little, test a little, deploy, and you just keep doing that in very, very tight cycles. We ended up, I begged to deploy thin thread to the 18 most, so there's a whole nother storyline here, which again, we don't have to go into. The Defense Authorization Act has an intelligence component. There was $14 million set aside to deploy thin thread I am not kidding you. It was, remember, language is authorizing language that once it's approved, you appropriate the money, you are then, the executive branch then actually has to execute. If it says 18 million or 14 million, 9 million of it was supposed to deploy thin thread to the 18 most critical, which are classified, terrorist collection sites in the world. Some very interesting locations. Would say what they are. Operational. Congressional language. Signed into law by the president. This goes back to 2002, late 2000, because they delayed because of 9/11. Another 5 million, different program, another one I'm intimately familiar with, called Sweep Forward, which is an extraordinary, out of the box, skunkworks, an analytic program using non-traditional means of various types, culture, history, just a much, and even esoteric sources, I'll just say it that way, which gets into another part of someone I ended up meeting who actually predicted 9/11. He's a precognitive psychic, completely nonlinear. Got to know him really, really well. That's a whole story in itself.
I had a guy in here once. We don't have to go down this rabbit hole, but it's just an interesting little side bar. This guy he's dedicated his life to studying precognition and dreams people were having that would predict the future.
Yep.
And there's like hundreds of cases of people having dreams about 9/11 before it happened.
He had a crisis in his life, and when he came out of it, he had this special gift, and he can't even fully explain it. It's one of those things because it kind of, remember what Arthur C. Clarke said?
Yeah, magic.
And for some people it's weird stuff. How do I explain it if I can't explain it? It sounds too kooky. Why? But he actually had worked with police. This is not unusual, even in the U.S., where you have psychics working in police departments to track or to go to the site of a crime or alleged crime, and they would pick up additional information. He got very good at it. He was even on special undercover operations, right? Even at great risk himself. He had a dream about 9/11, went to the authorities, and they couldn't believe. He's a very unassuming man, right?
Right.
It's like, what are you talking about? You had a dream, right? We all have dreams, don't we? We all have dreams. He dreamed about 9/11. Before 9/11, there was also an entire communication system set up by the terrorists, which I won't go into detail here. That was used. How do you communicate worldwide with the cell? It's a cell, and the cell itself was broken up. How do you communicate in the open without anybody knowing about it? Well, without going into the details, they did, right? That was fascinating. Well, anyways, so I'm leaving it hanging.
Yeah.
5 million was set aside for this special analytic program called Sweep Forward. NSA completely ignored it, defied the Authorization Act.
Crazy.
Why? Circle the wagons. Even though Congress is signed into law, we got a better solution. They didn't have any solution. That was the problem. But the thing was, neither program was ever part of what they call the official production chain on the analytic side, nor on which, and it sort of was both. So it was convenient to just ignore it. So I got 2 million. I ended up becoming the executive, basically the program manager, the executive program manager. I had an actual program manager that reported to me unofficially, right? This is why I was still in the signals intelligence. So this is like November, December, January. We just rapidly evolved thin thread to make it even better. They wouldn't let us go operational. Remember, we didn't. So I remember this came out, that thing came out later. This is before the Intelligence Authorization Act. So I was able to get permission to point thin thread against the databases at NSA, the primary databases. So vast, we're talking terabytes on end of terabytes of data.
Right.
And we set it up, we turned it on for about roughly 24 to 36 hours. And guess what? One, we found out that about 40% of the database was corrupted, the databases. Then we found all kinds of information pre and post 9/11 regarding the plot in terms of movement and a lot of other evidence that had not been able to uncover or discover. Thin Thread did because of the way it worked.
Good Lord.
So what do you think if you have a responsibility to look at yourself to be better going forward so another 9/11 doesn't happen, what will you think once you know that you would want to improve the way in which you discover information, even from the existing databases, the traditional RDMS, the relational database systems? Why would, nope, guess what they did? Immediately shut the program down. Famous scene, first Indiana Jones movie. Warehouse, Ark, on a crate with on a little cart with wheels. You see it going down what appears to be this incredibly long, aisle. Turns left, never to be seen. Whoops.
Yeah.
Never to be seen again. Well, they figured it out later, right?
Right.
Because a certain power is magnetic, right?
Right.
That's what happened to this
so
to Thin
fucked up.
Thread. This Sweep Forward was summarily shut down. It was a research project. Shut down. I live with all this. I'm an American. I was brought up in Texas and Vermont, two republics before they became states. Vermont, in fact, a lot of the Constitution of what then became the United States of America was based on the Vermont Constitution. Became the 14th state. So there I was, okay? I'm facing 35 years in prison. What do? I had spent umpteen amounts of money to my private criminal defense attorney. He no longer wanted to represent me, in part because I had no money left.
How much did they say it would cost?
$1 million between the point I was indicted and just the start of the trial.
Jesus. Do you think it's possible that they got to your attorney?
No.
No.
He was being practical in part.
Right.
He agreed to stay on. We tried to get other high-powered lawyers to take it pro bono without cost, because certain law firms are required as part of their community service, quote unquote, to take pro bono cases for cases in which that are significant enough, but the person, in this case, the client, doesn't have the money. Guess what? The firm said, yeah, you can represent Mr. Drake, but you got to leave the firm. And they weren't going to leave the firm.
Right.
And the reason why is because of conflict, because they had senior government clients.
Right.
So I'm in front. So the public defenders, I was indigent. I was literally formally declared indigent by the court, which meant I was now eligible to be represented by the federal public defenders. Deer in the headlights. Mm-hmm. The last time it was the Nicholson, you might remember he was a spy, Navy spy. That was the last time that court, and we're going back 30 years. It was the year of the spy. It was 1985. The so-called year of the spy. Pollard, there was a number right during that period. The court had no institutional memory, right? There was all kinds of special procedures put into place. They had a special skiff built inside the courtroom. Just I could meet with my attorneys. So I'm behind several 8 balls. I'm staring into Pandora's box, and guess what's staring back at me? The abyss. I also knew I had to influence the court of public opinion. But the problem is, you say anything outside of in the federal court, guess what? They can actually use that against you. But I knew I was going to have to influence the court of public opinion. I also knew that I was going to need someone. And so this extraordinary individual, Jessalyn Radak, had written an op-ed in the LA Times just after I was indicted. And I ended up, she became my primary, she's not a criminal defense attorney, but she became my primary whistleblower. So she provided legal counsel, advocacy, and she was the liaison with the press. So I met her in May. You sign an agreement, right? It's a representation letter. excuse me, at the time she was with the Government Accountability Project. So, and then there was other attorneys as well. And my original criminal defense attorney agreed to, at the government rate, which was nowhere near, he was charging me, well, originally $550 an hour and gave me a $50 an hour break. You know how fast your money goes, even though I had middle class America, but I'm a senior executive. I'd done really well in industry, right? I'm pulling down $200,000 a year plus, right? But you know how fast your money goes when you're being charged over 2 years, $500 an hour. So I couldn't afford $1 million. There was no way. Other attorneys later, they wouldn't want it either. I said, no, it'll be $750,000. Nope. So public defenders was the only, basically the only people I could rely on for criminal defense.
So once you're at the public defenders, how long did that process take between then and then the time you had to actually go in front of the judge?
There was an initial hearing in the October, November timeframe. That was after they got their clearance. They had to have a clearance before everything is, remember, the government's saying that I had not just damaged national security, I had not just grave damage, it was exceptionally grave damage. It was the highest level of damage.
Right.
And you're dealing with top secret, sensitive compartment and information, allegedly. So they had to have a clearance. They didn't have a clearance of this kind, and not even close. They had basically what called collateral. It's like basically just a national background investigation check. And that was it. I mean, it was basically straight secret. Mm-hmm. So they had to go through that whole process, which in itself was, that was a journey for them.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
We used to talk about it. So the hearings began in the fall, and all kinds of shenanigans were played, right? Because it unwinds week after week, month after month, because they kept alleging that I had really damaged. I was worse than a spy because not only did I give up secrets like a spy does, but I give them to a press outlet, a reporter, which means everybody got to see the secrets.
Yeah. Did they ever how many times did they try to come at you with some sort of a plea deal? Once I was indicted, there was no further attempt at a plea agreement. Okay.
They had already tried and failed prior. I didn't even tell you the other attempts, right, prior. Right. So we get to the spring. Things are starting to develop rather quickly. So it's important to note, remember I said my Jocelyn Radak, my attorney on the outside, although she was partnered with the public defenders, right? She even filed briefs, right? There was an advocacy brief that she provided on my behalf, right? And the judge actually accepted it. It was one of his first orders of business, right? He actually accepted the brief. Remember, one of the few public hearings, because practically every hearing had to be behind closed doors. They had there was a special security officer. They had to basically empty the room. Only certain people were given access. There was a special court recorder, right? Mm-hmm.
Sure, yeah.
Because it was national security. So in essence, it became a star chamber. So most of the hearings were, again, in secret. We get to the spring. I was awarded the Ridenour Truth-Telling Prize for what I did. It's out there. I gave a speech. Jesslyn introduced me. Mm-hmm. Jane Mayer had met with her off the record with Jesslyn, ends up dropping, she's an investigative journalist of some renown. She dropped everything she was doing. This was in early 2011. And remember, we're now, if you think about when I was raided, now this has gone on for a while. She dropped everything she was doing, did a compressed investigation of my entire case in history. Sources that were willing to talk with her off the record. Mm-hmm. Most were off the record, but you could quote, right? But you couldn't attribute.
Sure.
So that came out in the New Yorker in May. The Secret Share, long form article, many, many thousands of words. Then I was interviewed by Scott Pelley, 60 Minutes. Mm-hmm. That's the one where all kinds of people ended up seeing because it's 60 Minutes.
Right.
That was pretty dramatic. That was a very interesting experience in itself. Washington Post and other publications started weighing in. It's like, maybe he is a whistleblower. And Post, kind of remember like Watergate era, like Woodward and Bernstein. So it came to a fever pitch. So the week before, a week and a half before I was scheduled a trial, we were going through the final days was actually selecting the jury, right? And there's strikes and everything else. You have to have the 12 and the alternates, and there was 4 selected. So they came in the well of the courtroom. They approached, I didn't know it at the time, but I knew something was up. And remember, in the press, it's like, what's going to happen? Ellsberg was willing to fly all the way out from Kensington, California, to be out on the federal courthouse steps to say how critical. Was going. Oh yeah. So, in the well of the Senate, the chief prosecutor, William Welsh, interesting history, reported at the time Laney Brewer, head of the criminal division, who reported to Eric Holder, who I actually confronted earlier in the Apple store because he loved his Apple products. Whole story in itself. So he approaches right after that. So he approaches my public defenders in the well right below the dais where the judge sits and says, we would like to enter into, if the defendant agrees, we'd like to enter into plea negotiations. That was an extraordinary 7 days, from that Friday all the way to Thursday the next week. Remember, this trial is scheduled to start that following Monday, basically the 40th anniversary of when the Pentagon Papers were released.
Wow.
Kind of interesting juxtaposition in terms of history. I remember I got to know Ellsberg really, really well at this point. They then tried to get me multiple, I lost count. It was like 5, 6 attempts. First, 5 years in prison. Then it was like 2 years in prison. And then it was like 1 year in prison. And then it was still pleading out as a felon, pleading out to a felony. I had told them back in April of 2008, when the original chief prosecutor confronted me, that I would never plea bargain with the truth, and I wasn't going to do it then. But you can imagine the pressure I was under.
Oh yeah.
And it gets sensitive for me in terms of my criminal defense. But they actually tried to strong arm me into pleading out under the criminal code to 2 years. So you can handle 2 years. There was no way I was going to plead out to something I hadn't done. And I already admitted during the interviews that I had gone to the press, even though it was only administrative policy violation. Right. I still got to the press way back in 2006 and 2007. Long story short, this was just, it was just, they come into my house, the public defenders, they're putting pressure on my spouse. It's like, whoa. Oh, you know what they do to you in prison? They tried to pull all that angle, and this is our bread and butter. We know how to do plea agreements.
Right.
Last break of the day, that Thursday prior to the Monday when the trial began. I would never plead out, but if there was an off-ramp that emerged, however faint or slim it was, you better take it. Here's why. Because if you don't, they could basically just do an interlocutory review, have the higher court, this is the Fourth Circuit, review the decisions, because they were already starting to complain about the judge. Have it in review, and they could just suspend. They did it with Jeffrey Sterling. They basically hung him out to dry for almost 2 years before they came back, waiting for the decision. It's a way to suspend it, takes all the heat off the press, right? I was still being pressured to plead out, okay? I'm talking to Justin Radak. I'm on the phone out in the hall of the courtroom, right outside. They kept changing the language, right? Because the last thing they wanted to do was hook me on classified. I said it cannot, there was no classified. They'd already demonstrated, in fact, it was acknowledged by both parties that no classified information was released. So plea agreement, no jail time, no fine. There was an administrative fee, and 240 hours of community service. Misdemeanor for doing what? under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Because it's a federal, remember I was charged in federal, you have to stick within the federal crime under the code 18, US Code 18. So it was for doing what? Exceeding authorized use of a government computer.
Jesus Christ.
I know. Huge relief. Pro forma sentence. The judge still had, but we're now agreeing to a plea.
Right.
The proviso was they drop all the felony counts. And no time in jail and nothing involving classified. So that's what happened. And huge victory. I mean, it was like, wow. I mean, all these
felonies,
years.
no jail time.
No felonies, no jail time, 240 hours of community service. That was in July 15th of 2011. The judge did note at the time, I was sent to Fort Detrick to the community service director. At Fort Detrick, this is outside of Frederick, Maryland. It just so happened that he was a civil engineer, but he also was part of the Veterans History Project, the Library of Congress. He said, "How would you like to interview veterans?" He saw my military background. Because the community service, like, we're not going to have you paint rocks. That's not who you are. Okay, that was like, they were paint rocks, what, on base?
Yeah.
or go, bust up rocks, not just paint them.
Right.
Or dig holes and fill them in again, or the equivalent.
Sure.
Not going to do that.
Right.
I ended up over the next number of months, it took paperwork. I had a probation officer. The first two that came out realized they thought it was some hardcore. I had really done something bad, and they realized, nah. So one of the probation officers about to retire shows up in his motorcycle, visits the house. They had that right to visit your house. He visited me one time, and the rest was just over the phone or through the mail.
Oh, that's great.
So guess what I did as my community service? Interviewed veterans from World War II to the present day, including veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan. And I got to interview Daniel Ellsberg, who had never been interviewed for the Veterans History Project.
Oh, wow.
Fascinating. Joint Chiefs of Staff, chiefs, veterans from the Battle of the Bulge, sheet metal machinists from World War II, Korean War, in between campaigns.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And Afghanistan, Iraq. Stunning. I mean, just, and all kinds of interviews, as press, everything you can imagine.
Yeah.
This is 2011. Now, I didn't know at the time, although I had obviously secretly hoped that someone like Snowden would reveal how far all these secret surveillance programs had metastasized. But this is 2011. So I was on the circuit for quite a while. Overseas, Europe, Canada, Australia. And I had to find a way to, after a shattered life, how do you end up rebuilding it? And just the psychological, there's a whole lot that the ordeal created a lot of suffering. I had PTSD. At one point, I was actually, it's a weird condition. I was actually, people sweat. I actually started sweating blood. Yes, sweating blood. It was weird. I thought, like, what the heck's going on here?
Like blood coming out of your skin? Just
blood
out of your pores?
started coming out of pores. If you look it up, it's a special medical condition. It's really interesting. It's the stress. Let's put it this way. I'll give you the
hematidrosis.
Yes, that's exactly what
hematidrosis, also known as hematidrosis, is a very rare condition where a person sweats blood. It occurs when capillary blood vessels that feed the sweat glands rupture, causing blood to be exuded.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Holy shit is right. I am not kidding you. It was like dramatic. So imagine an anvil. That's how I'll share. What was it like up until the plea agreement? And then the pro forma sentencing. Felt like an anvil had been sitting on me, just crunching, pressing for all those years. Never mind the whistleblowing before 2007. you know what it was like when the anvil released itself? But the anvil, so I was just being compressed, like in a press, a hydraulic press.
Right.
Life turned inside out. The only thing I had left was my integrity. What else was left? They took everything else away and were about to take away my life in terms of confining it to a prison. I had PTSD. I didn't know it at the time. This was one of the symptoms, though.
How did your wife continue working for the NSA after all this? That's so crazy to me.
Awkward is a very simplistic way of awkward. I was actually separated for a while because it caused some real issues, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
I used where I located myself. A battle fatigue. My father used to call it battle fatigue. That's what they referred to it. That was that was a term for what we did until PTSD, right?
Yeah.
Vietnam. I know now exactly what it's like to stare into the abyss at a distance and be completely empty. Not pleasant. Everything you ever stood for, everything you ever took an oath, the Constitution, all of your service to the country, faithfully serving the country, completely blown apart.
They systematically dismantled your life for...
I took an oath. Remember, the fidelity to the oath.
Mm-hmm.
That meant something to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the CIA missed a couple things in your psychological evaluation.
Probably did. Now, they did profile me. It's really interesting. You know what they said later? So part of what happened with me is they actually said, and this came out after Snowden, if you go out there, you'll see a chart. Basically, it's a rogues gallery of spies. Guess who's also on there? We're talking the real spies in U.S. history. Snowden's on there and I'm on there. They all have flags under the countries to which they, quote unquote, gave up secrets or were operating on behalf of. No flag.
Where's this?
You'll see it. If you go out there and do a search, it's the Insider Threat Program. They gave briefings. They actually formed a joint committee. It's joint DOJ, DNI, a joint, right? They formed a joint task force, Insider Threat Task Force. And they put together briefings and they kept updating them. And for the longest time, and I understand even recently from another source, I'm still being flagged as representative historically of an insider threat to the government. You know what they said about me? I self-radicalized.
Oh my gosh.
So underneath our portraits, and by the way, the picture they had there was from the Ridnour. It was a picture, ironically enough, for my truth-telling prize. It was a picture, a press picture. All the spies had flags under their portraits, quote unquote. Remember, rogue gallery. No flags under Snowden or mine. None. We were men without a country.
They just put an image of the U.S. Constitution next to your guys' faces.
Well, it just...
Well, Snowden's was different because he was a contractor, right?
Yeah, but I had been one like him. Remember, he worked at Booz Allen one time, so did I. Right. But you're right. I was a senior executive when all this happened. He was a contractor working in Hawaii.
Right.
And he was faced with a similar thing. But he saw what had happened to myself and the others and said he knew, given what he was going to bring out, that he would end up in prison for the rest of his life. Yeah, right there.
You right next to Snowden.
See, but do you see a flag?
Nope.
All the others have flags.
Four guys at the bottom, including you and Snowden.
But we don't have flags. Didn't
this guy like shoot up his base?
Oh yeah, that's our part. We're in the same league. Yeah, same league. You're sitting across from a real bad guy.
You think the NSA is still fucking with you? They're still tracking you, paying attention to you?
No.
It'll
be interesting. Well, what I told you off the record. It'll be interesting to see. Anytime, technically, if you speak, You're supposed to run it through.
Oh yeah, because you were an employee of the
Correct.
You were an employee.
There is
so
what's called a lifetime obligation. But the non-disclosure agreements I signed, which they technically think are loyalty oaths to secrecy, they're not. Actually reflects directly the paragraphs in the executive orders governing classification. You cannot use classification, and it's still on the books, to use as cover for embarrassment, cover for wrongdoing, cover for violations of the law. How ironic. Because they kept throwing that in my face. You signed multiple times military, NSA, non-disclosure agreements. Okay, so what takes priority? The oath to the Constitution or the non-disclosure agreement? I realized joining this secret system, deep state, national security system, that you are giving up certain rights. But you certainly don't just give them all up.
Right.
They're just have some restrictions. I had restrictions in the military.
It's a fucking crazy story, man.
Yeah. So it took a while to, I kept working at Apple, and you go back to a quieter life. But then when Snowden, of course, that just reignited everything.
Right.
I was on you can imagine, every major. Lou Dobbs, for example, had me. I lost track after a while. I was getting special permission to leave work at Apple just for these interviews.
Wow.
Because there were so few people that could talk about what had happened to Snowden.
Right.
I ended up going to Moscow in 2013. We were the first Americans, with myself, Colleen Rowley, Jocelyn Radak, and Ray McGovern. And we went there to present him the Sam Adams Award. It was a candlestick holder. We spent many, many hours with him one day.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a very interesting experience being in Moscow.
Also, let's go back. What was the story with Musk again? Let's tell the story with Elon and SpaceX.
Thanks. Okay, so now we'll kind of the things where I didn't elaborate. You want to hear?
Yes.
Live. Okay, so I mentioned I was teaching I was actually the NSA rep to the National Defense University in ICAF. There was actually one over at the War College, and then there was one at ICAF. They had just created, it was a new position.
Okay.
So NSA chair at ICAF, Industrial College of Armed Forces. Because it's the Industrial College of Armed Forces, they have civilians, military, and even overseas. They actually come, it's a compressed master's program over about a year. Full-time, the companies that send them, they still get paid full-time. And then military or civilians still get paid full-time, but their full-time job is being in this master's program. Fort McNair in D.C.
Okay.
Beautiful. You look across to the cherry blossoms in the spring and the Lincoln Memorial, and it's so Anacostia. So I was teaching strategic leadership information technology. Cohort groups, right? 15 to 20 students. And each of the professors would lead up an industry team. I ended up on you had choices, right? And I ended up on this because of my background, in part, national technical means. I ended up on the space industries team.
Oh, wow.
In the spring of 2007 is when that portion of the master's program kicks in. So you visit local sites. That includes government, Goddard, contractors. We went to JPL. That was a California trip. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. We went to Cape Kennedy. We went out to Colorado. On the trip to California, which at the time was SpaceX headquarters, we of course I'm leading in this. I'm the one that's leading the team at this point. We ended up going to SpaceX and meeting Musk, and it was amazing. We sat there in the lunchroom, which was basically off sort of the main. It was amazing. Sort of the early Dragon mock-up was there.
Yeah.
They were still working on improving the original Falcon, the Merlin engine, but the early Falcon, there's like a Falcon 1. Remember, they got, this is before any successful launch occurred.
Okay.
So you imagine they were under enormous pressure. Remember, he was also at Tesla. You have to remember, that's the other thing, is Tesla, but the Roadster hadn't come out yet. It was in advanced development, but the Roadster hadn't come out yet.
Right. Oh yeah, this was very, very early on.
2007.
Yeah. I had just graduated
Musk,
high school.
it was amazing. I mean, he's in his mid-30s. I remember we walked into sort of the office, right? And it's like a startup office. He says, yeah, that's where he sits, right? But we don't see much of him there. Because you imagine he's a very out and about, right? And very hands-on. Very much the entrepreneur, very much the marketing, very much, right? That's who he is.
Right.
And he regaled us. I have to say it this way, right? No matter what else you think of Musk and what's going on right now with him, right?
Right.
And his association with Trump. And all that's apparently unfolding within the government, where he's taking teams and visiting certain agencies already. He regaled us for over 2 hours plus his entire vision of becoming a spacefaring species, why he wanted to go to Mars, the technology, right, behind all this, and why he also wanted to commercialize space as well. I mean, it was just an amazing, just and incredibly passionate. And of course, this is in like an open cafeteria. Clanging noises, machines,
right.
Forklifts going by. I mean, there's all like just the hubbub and activity. Something I think he very much like, that's where he kind of gets his energy from. Yeah. And he just was fired up. And it was just fascinating. It's like you walked away and says, wow, right? He could sell ice to the Eskimos. I mean, that's, yeah. So that was, yeah. I'm reminded more of that because this is before Musk went political.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way before.
Well, it's just interesting to see the rise of people like Musk and Peter Thiel, who have made so much money off government contracts.
Well, right? this is kind of irony and hypocrisy at the same time. I'll be very blunt. The bulk of his money, even on the Tesla side, is credits. Yep.
Federal money.
This reminds me, because remember, the era I grew in was Steve Jobs, Bill Gates.
Yes.
So but these are the tech bro, the emergent. They came out of the 90s. They're now in their 50s, most of them, and now they're ascendant, and they want to create a technocratic utopia. I'll just say it. That's sort of their vision, and there's different flavors of it,
right? And
there's different people are trying to sort of speak to this philosophically or with political philosophy, like what does this mean to create this technocratic utopia? Some of them are at a very personal level, right? I'm going to live longer than normal, right? Cryostasis type stuff. I mean, it's just some of it's kind of out there, right? Almost like interstellar type technology, right?
What do you make of Palantir?
Wow, Palantir. See, for me, it was before. I'm well aware of Thiel. Another tech bro, billionaire. Palantir is very much in the surveillance business.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They started picking up very aggressively a lot of some of the early contracts where when things became privatized in terms of when things started coming, all this exposure as I was a part of, right? You have to remember there was a bunch of things that hit the press during the time I went in the 2006, 2007 timeframe. Mark Klein, that special room, right? The AT&T room where we actually had special like Naros devices just sucking up everything in the optical networks.
Yeah.
I used to consult to Nortel networks before they collapsed. This is again my background, right? I just was on a contract in Triangle Park, North Carolina, deeply involved in what do you do? It's just like what we have all this dark net, right? Dark optical. What do we? We're talking like 40 gig like capacity in terms of bandwidth. What do we do with it? Like, what do we do with it? People, this goes back, right? We didn't know what to do with it. We have to develop programs. So they're buying up at super high inflated prices. All these small companies, they were building apps, right, and services for the new net, the high-end net.
Yeah.
Palantir is head over heels and then some, and fully embedded in the national security establishment.
Right. Money from InQtel and all this stuff.
Well, InQtel actually goes back. So I'm familiar from my CIA, and then I'll just say it this way, I'll go into detail. Even at NSA, I would liaison. There was a time period where I was a lead because 9/11 happened. How do we had to, oh my gosh, we better like, what else? Are there any other pockets out there? What are other people doing? How do we help? This is like predicting the future at one level, but I also had to develop technology and processes, even organizationally, to deal with quote unquote the new threat or emerging threats.
Right.
I spent some time at CIA going over and exploring this. We're talking like really getting into it. We're like talking workshopping it, as they call it, workshopping it. Yeah, fascinating. But In-Q-Tel was an early, this was one of those, early seeds. I mean, basically they were seeding, and they were giving significant amounts of money to promising companies,
Right.
and some existing companies that were.
I think Google was one of them, right?
In-Q-Tel is just one. There's a number, but that was a more public form. I mean, it was their own, in essence, a government. There's all these like special government entities. John Hopkins University.
Right. Wow. Tom.
That's the sweep.
Yep.
There's a whole lot of all kinds of other background to this. But then the last few years, I've had near-death experiences in my life, and that's a whole story in itself. What is it like to be like, not just on the edge, but, in the tunnel and coming back? But a few years ago, when I was at Apple, something was happening to me in terms of my health, and it turned out I actually had a very rare form of lymphoma. And it was equivalent of stage 4. Invaded my kidneys and invaded my bone marrow, and I had to retire early. I realized I had to devote whatever energy I had left. I was 65 years old. I was planning on working a few more years before I wanted to move on, maybe go back to teaching. But then I'm confronted by an expiration date that appeared to be rapidly approaching. The closer distance, like 2 fighter planes, far faster because the closure, right?
Yeah.
I could see the event horizon of my own death appearing in front of me, and it wasn't far into the future. So they did a diagnosis in October of 2022, and then I had a relapse. I was in the hospital for 2.5 weeks. Had another relapse in early 2023. I was put on a very advanced therapy, which had severe reactions.
What year were you diagnosed?
2022.
2022. Oh, wow.
October.
Holy shit.
Had a relapse, was put on a first-generation targeted therapy after immunotherapy and chemo booster didn't work.
Yep.
I then had another, they had to take me off all of that. That goes back to September 23. A long story, ended up at NIH with a new diagnosis. They realized something wasn't right. Advanced blood tests determined the rare form of lymphoma. It's the Waldenstrom variant. I had to really get into this. I took this on just like I did anything else in life. I said, you know what, lymphoma, you showed up, you're about to kill me, but you're an uninvited guest. It's time for you to leave. So I partnered as my own advocate with extraordinary set of doctors, right? Just extraordinary. And I'm now, I say, the second path of recovery, but it looks like I'm pretty stable. I'm on a 2nd-generation version of the therapy. It's a pill I take every day. Super expensive, but it's a pill I take every day.
What is the pill called?
Acalabrutinib. Calquence is the brand name.
And what is the mechanism of action?
Targets a special protein where the lymph cells basically go malignant. There is a particular marker, and it basically that's how it hones in. This sensor. You're basically it's because obviously my immune system was totally overwhelmed.
Right.
I couldn't do the CAR T, which they take blood out, they super energize your T cells, put it back into you because my kidneys are compromised.
Yeah. What is the CAR T? CAR T is what they do with kids, right?
Well, CAR T is it's very expensive, but it's basically a one and done. But some people have psychotic reactions. They have to be in a special facility.
Psychotic
because it's really intense.
Okay.
But I didn't qualify.
Okay.
They wanted me to go that route if things got, but I didn't qualify. At one point, I even thought I was going to do bone marrow, but 10% of people who do bone marrow die. And, I wasn't going to, that's worst case scenario. So then I was like, okay, what do? I can control everything I eat. Now it's, what's the cause of it? None of the doctors could say for sure. They said it could be environmental. It could be triggered by a whole host of things. I talked a little bit about, I was putting under enormous pressure, the anvil,
Yep.
the hydraulic press for many, many years.
Yep.
Who knows? I don't know, right? I don't know for sure. I can suspicion, but I don't really want to conjecture. Some people say, a lot of people have, a small number of people will have kind of a lymphoma, but it's called smoldering. It never manifests. It just the immune system keeps it
at bay.
That's correct. If you looked at the CAT scan and the PET scan, that which is they put a small amount, it's a radioactive isotope, and basically in a sugar solution, and it's IV'd into you. Pretty much every lymph node in my body was lit up.
Whoa.
And it was getting to the point where I was going to have problems on the urinary side of the house, to be a little bit more TMI, where it was going to close off, right? So they were really worried, because the last thing you want to do is to go in. I mean, remember, this is a blood cancer. It's a liquid cancer. Mm-hmm. It's not in the form of a tumor. It is, it's a tumor, but it's
everywhere.
That's right. It's like, wow. So I'm now on a second generation, which is this Calquence, and I'm on a renal friendly diet. There's certain things I have to avoid or minimize.
Like what?
I can't eat a whole lot of tomatoes, or basically I can't eat bananas. Alcohol is out. Yeah. Broccoli's out. Spinach is out.
Did you ever try the ketogenic diet?
Yeah, well, there's aspects to that I'm incorporating, but as long as it's renal friendly.
Okay.
There's certain fruits, like I can't eat grapefruit because but that's not unusual for a lot of people with these types of medicines, because it would interfere with the absorption of this pill. And then I have certain dietary supplements to help boost my immune system and just stabilize me. And there's still some things that are balancing out, because they thought, this is interesting, they thought, just to indulge a bit, because it's obviously extremely personal to me, because I'm there, right? They thought when they first began to run the blood test, they actually came into my bedroom in the hospital, and they said, "Are you vegan?" All the indicators was I was hardcore vegan.
Really?
But I'm not. There was a time in my life that I was lacto-ovo, right, for other health reasons, because I was very sickly as a kid. I was not vegan not even close.
Right.
But the profile of the blood test was that I was vegan.
Wow.
Hemoglobin was in the 5 range. Anybody knows about I was incredibly anemic, super anemic. Oh yeah. I lost count, 20 units of blood over a period of 4 months just to keep me going. So life, and I get a little emotional still, okay? Life is incredibly precious. And so I just live each and every day. I got up in the morning, right? In the hotel, and pinch myself virtually. Mm-hmm. I'm still here. I get to live another day, seize it, live it to the fullest, each and every moment. What else do I have? Against the backdrop of my entire life.
Good God.
Because I realize we have an expiration date at a certain point, but I'd rather it be further into the future.
Did you have any kind of autoimmune issues prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Now I'm wondering.
Did you ever get COVID?
No.
You never got COVID?
Interesting enough, no indication that I got COVID. None. Apparently some people don't believe that. It's like, well, everybody.
I never got it.
No.
Not that if I got it, I was asymptomatic. But I got antibody test, and I didn't have the antibodies.
Well, it also turns out that certain blood types, interestingly enough, are more immune. I'm O positive.
Okay.
And apparently, even when the O positive, I happen to have this is what I've been told, that my blood type makes it harder for the COVID to.
Interesting.
Yes, with the spike protein. Now, having said that, because I worked at Apple, initially it wasn't required, but then they forced, if you wanted to continue working, and remember, I'm in massive debt, right? I'm still crawling out of it. Have nowhere near the income I had, discretion or otherwise. Basically, I have no retirement, right? I have a 401k from Apple. I have a small annuity I was able to convert. There is an annuity, but nowhere near.
Right.
Okay. And obviously my salary, my hourly rate at Apple is nowhere near what I used to make or what I made in industry. Okay.
Right.
Just not, even though Apple pays pretty well and has a lot of benefits. So I ended up having the original COVID shots. We're talking Pfizer, Moderna. Multiple with several boosters.
Oh, wow.
Over the intervening 2 years. But the last one that I took.
And this was what year?
This is, you're talking, so remember they did the, again, I say Trump to his credit, they put everything they could, into the accelerating
warp speed,
literally, right? Into coming up with the RNA, right? The mRNA.
Right.
And it would have been, I'm just thinking, it's interesting. I was in Australia in late 2019, just ahead of the wave, as it turns out. So that would have been into 21. So starting in I'm just trying to remember now, early 2021, when they started to release.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was 2021. There was that first, and then you had to get another one 6 months later. And then I was still there all the way through until the fall of 2022. Yeah. Although for part of that time I worked from home.
Okay.
So I'm aware of people that have had, reactions. I'm aware of people that have gotten have had other, especially with the multiple.
Yeah. People had strokes,
people are
myocarditis.
Yep. I'm aware of that. And I won't go down the path because I've wondered, but I don't. Part of it is the lymphoma itself has its own sort of unique what happens to it is sort of the later stages.
Sure.
One of them, and then it turns out when you have the targeted therapy that I did, it has side effects. They're known. There's a small percentage of people, usually over 60, that develop rapid heart palpitations as a result of the therapy. Okay.
This therapy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So imagine your resting heart rate, whatever that is, average person somewhere between 55 and 75.
Uh-huh.
Imagine that triple to 4 times. How would you feel?
Not good.
Imagine that not just for seconds or minutes. Imagine that for an entire day plus.
Ugh.
That's what I experienced.
Good God.
I had to have a whole bunch of heart tests to make sure that because you can't sustain that. You just can't. It's like I used to run. I used to run competitively. So it turns out I had an extremely robust heart, but they did say there's a point at which it's just going to start breaking down. So.
And that subsided.
Oh yeah. I do take special medicine, very small dose. But this second generation, there is actually a third generation that's emerged in the last couple of years, but there's no need to change it as long as this one is. Now because I'm in a recovery mode, it's more of a suppressant. It's not like it doesn't have, because even after the first one, within months, it got rid of all the malignant cells, literally cleared them.
Wow.
With only 4 left. But those 4 started coming back after I had the severe reaction from the first generation. So, it's just like our bodies are just these incredible biological, machines. They're stunning. It's just stunning. But, life's precious. I just going to say that.
You are a testament to that, man. You have been through hell and back.
Well, and I'm still just going to keep showing up. People. Well, there's people that say, "Why do you do this, Tom? Why do you even bother with interviews? Why do you do any of this?" I said, "Well, part of this is for history, but part of it is for the next generation."
Right.
My youngest son is 29. I mean, and I worked with a lot of young people at Apple. I mean, what world are we leaving behind? What world do we want to keep? Right.
Yeah.
Remember what happened when Franklin came out of the Constitutional Convention?
Yeah.
There was a woman reporter reportedly asked him, "What did you guys do in there?" Create a republic, if you can keep it. Yeah, well, that's the great experiment, right? That is the great experiment of America. I don't want to see that disappear. There's and we don't need to compromise ourselves. We just don't.
Yeah, man. I mean, everything that you just alluded to and described in your story and what you were trying to expose, unfortunately, seems like we've seen continue to rot over the decades, and it doesn't seem like the country's in a great spot in regards to the control of this private military industrial complex that seems to run the world and be connected to fucking everything.
That's a very, street language way to express what we're facing.
Yeah.
And part of it is like, well, then how do we see? Part of it, I think we're in retrograde. That's the fear I have, is we're in retrograde. I thought we're supposed to, this is the great promise of America. What do you leave behind, right, for the next generation? Think of you're young, right? Yeah. You're a young one. I think even though my son's 29, my youngest son's 29, his future, his history, what are we inheriting?
Right.
I don't want them to inherit the wind.
Right.
So I've said this, but I'll say it again. Where do I center myself? I go back to origin story, Constitution. Before that, the Declaration of Independence, that extraordinary document, the one that has there's certain inalienable rights. Well, I've dedicated the rest of my life to defending what? Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
It's a beautiful story, man.
Yeah.
You're a good man, Tom. That was the first 5-hour podcast I've ever done.
Wow.
You got the record.
A first. Broke the mold.
And now we got Patreon questions.
Okay, go for it.
So thanks again for coming, man. Tell people that are listening and watching on YouTube or Spotify where they can, get a hold of you, find out more about you, anything like that.
I'm on social media, both Blue Sky and on X.
Okay.
That's probably in terms of public.
Okay. Perfect. I'll link that stuff below.
So people, if they can follow up there or just follow me there.
Okay.
And if I've had people that DM me and then follow up from there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks again, man. This has been incredible.
I appreciate the space that you provided in which I could show up and share a far greater insight into what happened to me and some fascinating history that apparently people find rather interesting, just given everything. I just happen to be there. This is sort of the Waldo. Where's Waldo? But This was Waldo, Remember, it always comes back to, well, who was I representing? That was probably who you were. I was spying for I was actually serving the nation and providing for the common defense for who? The American people, period. Now, have I gotten to know a whole lot of people around the world as a result of being an asterisk American and being semi-public? Yes.
Yeah.
But
you paid the price for doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But I would do it all over again. There'd be some tweaks here and there, but I'd do it all. Ellsberg has said that.
Right.
He just wished more people would have, said something. But a lot of people knew what he knew. They just remained silent.
Mm-hmm.
But then guess what? In silence, right? If you remain silent. At one point they were telling, when all this sort of broke, and remember, this goes back, it's like, even Clapper, right? He used to be very senior in DOD. He actually said, I just wish people in the national security, basically, I'm paraphrasing him, just be like this is how he said it, be like my grandchildren, seen and not heard. Direct quote, seen and not heard. This probably says more about who he is as a grandfather,
right,
and who he is as a person. I met him. I met Clapper when he headed up the advisory board at NSA. We used to have meetings with the advisory board. Seen and not heard, just what? Shut up, do your job, follow orders.
Right.
follow orders. Wow.
That's how you climb the ladder.
My father ended up on the ground for 6 months doing what? Fighting the Germans. Have we forgotten history? Well, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it certainly rhymes.
That's a fact.
Yeah. But life is life. And, I have a garden and I've got my hobbies and I hold family and friends, right, close, because that's what matters. Remember, in the end, what does matter, right? What really matters.
Right. Very, very powerful story, man. I'm really happy we were able to do this.
So Patreon questions.
Patreon. All right, that's it for YouTube. Good night, everybody.